Fox News.
I'm Emily Campagno, and I'm taking you inside the Idaho murders. In Moscow, Idaho, a small college town, one case so violent and heartbreaking shocked the nation. 4 students were found brutally murdered in their off-campus home, prompting a cross-country search for the cold-blooded killer. The Fox True Crime Podcast presents Inside the Idaho Murders. The evidence, the manhunt, the killer, and the victims.
Listen and follow now at foxtruecrime.com. Every weekday, it's your go-to source for staying informed and entertained. The Fox News Primetime Highlights Podcast, offering a curated selection of the most impactful moments of the Ingram Angle, Jesse Waters Primetime, Hannity, and Gutfeld. Listen and follow now so you never miss a moment of the action-packed highlights from these must-watch Fox News Channel shows. Go to foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you listen to podcasts. America's listening to Fox News.
Soccer's World Cup is coming next year, along with a lot of events to celebrate the U.S.'s 250th birthday. And then, in 2028, the Summer Olympics come to Los Angeles. So Congress has concerns about securing all of that.
At a House hearing, lawmakers look to learn from past lessons, such as the Boston Marathon bombing. Retired Boston cop Ed Davis said a terrorist was caught
by breaking down agency silos, but actively seeking out what is unknown through cooperative efforts.
Kansas City Police Chief Stacey Graves discussed the deadly shooting at a Super Bowl celebration in 2024.
Underscoring the unpredictable nature of such open-air public events.
Members of Congress say they want to know what all areas, from big cities to tribal lands, need to make America not only welcoming, but safe as these global events happen. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
A rock icon is being mourned. Ozzy Osbourne was a heavy metal star for more than a half century. His death at the age of 76, just weeks after what was billed as the final concert.
Osbourne reunited with his Black Sabbath bandmates on stage in his hometown of Birmingham earlier in July for one final performance. In a statement, his family said, "It is with more sadness than mere words can convey that we have to report that our beloved Ozzy Osbourne has passed away this morning. He was with his family and surrounded by love." Osbourne pioneered heavy metal with Black Sabbath before launching a massively successful solo career. He also became a reality TV star on MTV's The Osbournes. Osbourne had been battling Parkinson's disease and suffered numerous health issues in recent years, including complications from a fall. Michelle Polino, Fox News.
On Wall Street, stocks could rise following the new U.S. trade deals. Dow futures up more than 200 points the day after the S&P 500 closed at a new record high. I'm Dave Anthony. This is Fox News.
Are you turning 65 and thinking about Medicare? Or are you over 65 and haven't enrolled yet because you still have coverage at work? Either way, Medicare done correctly will be the best health insurance you will ever have. Imagine having an annual deductible of only $257. There are only 2 good things about aging, wisdom and Medicare. But to navigate the Medicare maze properly, you need a mentor. Best part? My guidance costs you nothing. Call me. I can help.
If you're tired of calling a bureaucrat at an 800 number to help you navigate Medicare, then you need a local expert on your side. Your own health insurance mentor. C. Stephen Tucker from healthinsurancementors.com is someone I know and trust. He's a 30-year licensed broker who's been educating our listeners for more than a decade. Steve, how can our listeners get in touch with you?
Thanks, Dan. They can visit healthinsurancementors.com or call me directly at 630-674-1551. That's 630-674-1551.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Hi, I'm Ken Mariotti, owner of Woodland Windows and Doors, a third-generation family-owned business since 1969. We know you're bombarded by choices when shopping for new windows or doors, so we're inviting you to experience the Woodland difference. For decades, we have been transforming living spaces with Marvin Windows, a fifth-generation family business. Marvin replacement windows have been known to increase the warmth of your cold rooms by 10 degrees. Think about that, 10 degrees warmer. When you welcome Woodland into your home, you will get a product expert to transform your living spaces, full-time, dedicated professional installers that you can trust in your home, along with the best products like Marvin. These are the reasons we're proud of our 5-star reviews and family legacy. No gimmicks, no pressure, and upfront pricing are why Woodland Windows and Doors is your trusted window and door expert in Chicagoland. Visit woodlandwindows.com to book your free in-home expert consultation. That's woodlandwindows.com, or stop by our showroom at the corner of Lake and Geary in Roselle.
Salem News Channel is America's fastest growing conservative TV network.
It's an absolute crazy day.
Home to the largest lineup of free speech champions anywhere. Delivering in-depth insight and unapologetic opinion on today's biggest news stories.
Americans aren't going to put up with this anymore.
SNC brings you the news that matters, told with integrity and clarity. Watch Salem News Channel free 24/7 on your television. Stream now on Pluto TV.
Mike Gallagher thinks we have bigger problems.
This is not the easiest thing to navigate through. I don't want to ignore people who have big concerns about the Epstein files. I don't exactly know what's going on with the Epstein files, but I also believe that, and you may be mad at me, but we got much bigger fish to fry.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Charlie Kirk at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
It's July 23rd, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is National Vanilla Ice Cream Day. The second most popular ice cream flavor in the U.S., President Thomas Jefferson had a favorite recipe for vanilla ice cream, which he jotted down during one of his many trips to France. A handwritten copy of Jefferson's vanilla ice cream recipe can be found at the Library of Congress, and on the back is a favorite cookie recipe. If you'd like to taste that ice cream, just head to the ice cream parlor at Mount Rushmore in South Dakota. They serve that exact recipe. Also on this date in 1966.
Strangers in the night, exchanging glances.
Frank Sinatra's album Strangers in the Night reached #1 on the U.S. Billboard charts. If it's your birthday today, you share it with former Supreme Court Justice Anthony Kennedy, born in 1936, and English actor Daniel Radcliffe.
You're a wizard, Harry.
Born in 1989. I'm Tushar Saxena, and that's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
Wow. At the time of this being written, both gold and silver are up some 40%. That's 40% in just 1 year. In fact, this past year, gold has broken all-time historic records by hundreds of dollars an ounce. And unlike all other financial instruments used today, that historic record goes back thousands of years. In times like these, prices have never been better on most collector and gold coins. Fox Valley Coins in Naperville is trying to keep up with demand. So they're paying the most ever on not only most gold coins and bars, but also those old coin and paper money collections. They're especially looking for the scarcer dates and higher grade coins. Take advantage of the record high market price and our huge demand now, whether you're buying or selling, or just want to find out their worth. Fox Valley Coins is the place to go. Fox Valley Coins is on Route 59, just 1 light north of I-88 at the Naperville-Warrenville border. Family-owned integrity since 1981.
You need a construction company, but who?
Call Crosscom.
A construction company you can trust that shares your Christian and conservative values. For decades, Crosscom has been doing work in Chicagoland, Northwest Indiana, and Wisconsin. Roofs, siding, windows, doors, gutters, basically everything for your home or business, even solar. Quality work and professional services that make you feel great about your decision to work with Crosscom.
Call Crosscom.
630-871-5500. Give them a chance to earn your business. If your repairs are due to storm, fire, or flood damage, you need to
call Crosscom.
They're licensed public adjusters. They work for you, not the insurance company. Crosscom will work to get you the money you deserve, the maximum payout. They know the insurance companies and how to deal with them. They win for you.
Call Crosscom.
Crosscom Construction and Public Adjusters.
This is Dan Lights with Crosscom. You can trust us with your home or business for high quality work and fair prices. It's the only way we do business.
630-871-5500. CrossComPublicAdjusters.com.
The following advertisement includes a celebrity impersonation.
The summer heat in Chicagoland is no joke. And if your old air conditioner is making funny noises, you may already know it's time for a new unit.
Look, your air conditioner, it's a disaster. People are telling me it's the worst ever.
Don't sweat it, literally. When it comes to cooling your home, Air Right Heating and Cooling does it the best.
And they love our country. Beautiful people.
Rebates are still available, financing is flexible, and at Air Right installations are smooth and professional with no surprises.
It's beautiful. Some people say it's the coolest air anyone's ever felt. I don't know. That's just what they're saying. It's doing an incredible job. Really tremendous.
Plus, tell them AM 560 sent you and Air Right will give you $56 off any service. Visit Air Right Heating and Cooling today at AIR-RITE.com. Again, that's AIR-RITE.com. Air Right Heating and Cooling. Doing it right since 1959.
We couldn't decide if we needed in-home care for Dad.
Right. Just some help here and there with bathing, organizing his meds, a walk through the neighborhood.
Oh, exactly. But everywhere we looked, we had a 4-hour minimum. It was more care than he needed. And it didn't make sense to spend extra for it.
Then we found Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest. No minimum hours. We were shocked.
Now a caregiver stops by once or twice a week for just an hour or two to help with the small things that make a big difference.
And Mom loves the visits. It's not just help. It's companionship.
At Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest, we understand that not every family needs round-the-clock care. We serve DuPage, Cook, Kane, Kendall, and Will counties. We conduct free in-home assessments and we guarantee compatibility. Call Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest today at 331-281-0728. Again, that's 331-281-0728. And tell them AM 560 sent you. Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest. Senior care, only better.
Chicagoland traffic. The Ike, the Stevenson, the dreaded 294. You sitting in traffic is not time well spent. Time is money.
Oh, come on, man. What's the slowdown for?
Especially when you're trying to do your own company deliveries.
What is happening up there? I got things to deliver.
But instead of sitting there getting more and more frustrated,
please, can we go any slower?
You could be back at the shop getting work done.
I should have stayed at work and actually worked.
Get quick delivery service to battle the traffic for you. They'll make your deliveries while you get other things done. Quick delivery service makes it easy. No forms, no labels, no scanning. They'll deliver large pallets of materials to important documents. Simply tell Quick Delivery Service where it's going. They'll pick it up and get it to your destination quickly. Plus, your deliveries are tracked with real-time GPS notifications. Visit quickdelivery.com and stay out of traffic.
Oh no, this exit's closed?
Call now for a free quote. 847-534-2244 or go to quickdelivery.com.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank that cares about your business and is invested in your success. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Chris Johnson, CEO of Classic Cinemas and proud customer of Signature Bank. We are a local family-owned business that is known for free refills on all sizes of popcorn, soft drinks, and ices. With over 9,000 heated recliners in 16 locations, we marry the traditions of the past with today's state-of-the-art technology. Throw in a 30-minute guarantee and an after-movie mint, and you have the perfect night out. As we strive to make every guest our priority, Signature Bank does the same with their customers. The team at Signature Bank is interested in taking my company forward. They have all the resources and solutions of the big banks, but they customize their offerings to meet my business needs. The customer always comes first with Signature Bank.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Let Signature Bank turn your business vision into reality. Visit signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
For months, you've been hearing ads about Virago immune support. I have to tell you, this stuff is for real. I had an occasion to not be feeling well on a remote broadcast. I took it, and it is the real deal. And the stronger your immune system, the stronger your body defends against diseases, viruses, and everything else. That's why Dr. Huber created Virago, a liquid immune booster supplement. You take it daily. It's a blend of 23 nutraceuticals working in synergy to maximize effects and boost your immune system. It's the nutraceutical cocktail for an immune system, antiviral, anti-inflammatory, antioxidant. Virago even protects your heart, your kidneys, your liver, all in a unique liquid supplement for better absorption. Do yourself and your spouse a favor. Order a bottle of Virago today online at myvirago.com. That's myvirago.com. Use coupon code IMMUNE to save 30%. Maha and Virago, making America healthy again.
The Dinesh D'Souza Podcast, now available on the Salem Podcast Network.
Probably heard, but you don't have to take your shoes off anymore when you go to the airport. This really shows you how stupid government bureaucracy is. One guy takes off his shoes, everybody freaks out, and then for 20 years, all the airlines across the country make tens of millions of people actually pull their shoes off.
Subscribe today on Apple, Spotify, YouTube, Rumble, or at SalemPodcastNetwork.com.
When age-related challenges arise, reignite your loved one's grace, purpose, and joy, and get the right care at Lutheran Life Communities. Experience a 130-year legacy as a Christ-centered, nonprofit mission to seniors at 4 locations in the Chicagoland area. Multiple full-time chaplains on staff serve as ministers to the spiritual needs of residents and their families. Experience the highest level of body and soul nurturing for your loved one by visiting LutheranLifeCommunities.org today. That's LutheranLifeCommunities.org.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Today will be hot with a mix of sun and clouds reaching a high of 95. Overnight, expect mainly clear skies with very warm and very humid conditions, dropping to a low of 77. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This is Carol Platt-Liebau for townhall.com. The Supreme Court has allowed President Trump to continue dismantling the Department of Education. Parents across the country should be celebrating, and here's why. Between 1950 and 2009, the student population in public schools grew by 96%, but non-teaching staff skyrocketed by an amazing 700%. They explode school budgets and line the coffers of the politically powerful teachers' unions, but they do virtually nothing to educate our children. But when responsibility for education returns to states and communities, parents have more opportunity and power to demand outcomes that will benefit their children rather than bureaucrats and their unions. This fosters accountability and raises standards. When parents, not bureaucrats, drive education policy, our children win. I'm Carol Platt-Liebau.
Hi, I'm Ken Mariotti, owner of Woodland Windows and Doors, a third-generation family-owned business since 1969. We know you're bombarded by choices when shopping for new windows or doors, so we're inviting you to experience the Woodland difference. For decades, we have been transforming living spaces with Marvin Windows, a fifth-generation family business. Marvin replacement windows have been known to increase the warmth of your cold rooms by 10 degrees. Think about that, 10 degrees warmer. When you welcome Woodland into your home, you will get a product expert to transform your living spaces, full-time, dedicated professional installers that you can trust in your home, along with the best products like Marvin. These are the reasons we're proud of our 5-star reviews and family legacy. No gimmicks, no pressure, and upfront pricing are why Woodland Windows and Doors is your trusted window and door expert in Chicagoland. Visit woodlandwindows.com to book your free in-home expert consultation. That's woodlandwindows.com, or stop by our showroom at the corner of Lake and Geary in Roselle.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, doctors Economos, Gavalis, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidiscipline practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930, 630-830-4930, or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
Honey, we're not moving, but we gotta do something about this kitchen.
Funny you mention it. I just stopped by Forever Remodeling's new showroom in Niles. I saw over a dozen kitchen and bathroom layouts they designed. They even offered to stop by the house and give us a free in-home design consultation.
What'd you tell them?
that were free today?
Visit foreverremodeling.com today. That's the number 4, everremodeling.com. Forever Remodeling, stress-free and high-quality remodeling.
Salem News Channel is America's fastest growing conservative TV network.
It's an absolute crazy day.
Home to the largest lineup of free speech champions anywhere. Delivering in-depth insight and unapologetic opinion on today's biggest news stories.
Americans aren't going to put up with this anymore.
SNC brings you the news that matters, told with integrity and clarity. Watch Salem News Channel free 24/7 on your television. Stream now on Pluto TV.
Portions of the following show may be pre-recorded.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here, and I just begin the show today by alerting you to this video that is, I guess, going viral, as they say, and may wind up in your feed. It's another effort by the left to provide supply where supply doesn't exist in advance of their storytelling. And the storytelling in this case is with respect to law enforcement. And that police are out looking for young black men to roust illegitimately. This comes to us from Jacksonville, Florida, and it's actually a rather old case. It was a traffic stop from February 19th of this year. The gentleman's name who was stopped and who posted this video is Will McNeil Jr., and the video that's going around is Will McNeil Jr. in his car looking at a camera while police you can hear them yelling outside of his car to get out, to essentially surrender. He's going to be taken into custody. And then police break his window when he refuses to comply and pull him out of the car and take him to the ground and arrest him. And this is seen as, of course, presented as he was doing nothing wrong. He was being peaceful. He had no weapons. And then you see the police aggressively pull him out of the car after they break the window, which is also an aggressive act. And here again, a young black man and police officers, some actually who were black, but nonetheless, because this guy called for backup when he got non-compliance from the driver. It's just, I'm bringing this to people's attention because, as we've talked about before, when racism doesn't exist, the left will invent racism, particularly against institutional targets like police, in order to provide the supply that actually doesn't exist with people coexisting in America. So here's the video that's going around, and then we'll bring you a little bit more context.
When he pulled me over, he walked up, opened my door because my window don't work, right? Okay. And then I said, so what I did wrong? Yeah. He said, well, for one, your headlights are off under this weather. I'm like, okay. There's multiple people headlights off, okay, first of all. And then there's no rain.
It doesn't matter. You're still required to have headlights on.
Can you pull that law up?
Huh?
Can you pull that law up?
Yeah, when you step out of the car, I will.
Can you call your supervisor?
Huh?
Can you call your supervisor?
All right, go for it.
Exit the vehicle now! Exit the vehicle! Show me your hands.
Here.
I'm here. What is your reason, sir?
Step out.
What is your reason?
Step out now. All right.
No, don't.
Get on the ground.
Stop fighting!
Put your hands behind your back.
Put your hands behind your back!
I'm resisting.
Hands behind your back!
Okay, so now for the rest of the story. It sounds a little bad. Oh, he's asking questions. He's not being combative, except perhaps rhetorically.
But the rest of the story is what happened when he initially was pulled over. And that video is not getting the same play, not winding up as many feeds, which is why this context is important. And it's just another illustration of always look for the context. If you're getting a snippet of something and there is and it's from a source that is, is trying to drive particular political angles, then search out the context and help us educate your friends who are not as industrious. So here's what happened before what you just heard, the initial traffic stop.
Yes, sir.
Is there a reason why you're popping the door open like that?
I don't have a window that works. Is there a reason that you're pulling me over?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a reason why I'm pulling you over. For one thing, inclement weather, you don't have your lights on. Two things, you're not wearing your seatbelt.
It's daylight. I don't need the lights, and it's not weather. It's not raining.
This is inclement.
It's not raining.
Okay, I'm not arguing with you. I'm telling you why I'm pulling you over. Give me your driver's license, registration, proof of insurance.
No, call your supervisor. Why?
Excuse me?
Call your supervisor. Why did you pull me over?
37, 35. I'm property dog driver. I've already told you.
Why did you pull me over?
Step out of the vehicle.
No.
Step out of the vehicle. 25 seconds. For 9-4, the driver just slammed the door and locked it.
Call your supervisor.
Yep.
So it's a routine traffic stop, a seatbelt, not having his headlights on in inclement weather, so forth. And it may be a bit unclear to hear, but he opens his door initially and says, my window doesn't work, that's why I had opened the door. Officer tells him why he's pulling him over. You heard the back and forth. And you heard him calling for backup or reporting back to dispatch as he's getting something less than cooperation from the driver. And then he won't give him his driver's license and registration. And then he just slams the door and locks it and just screaming from the inside, call your supervisor. So that was the predicate to what actually happened when backup came. He was still non-compliant. He still wouldn't open the door. He's doing this message. He's recording this message for posterity so that he can post it online to try to jackpot police. I'm doing nothing wrong here and so forth. Well, it turns out that when they pulled him out of the car, he had marijuana. He had drug paraphernalia. He was also charged with resisting an officer without violence. And he was driving on a suspended license. He also pled guilty to resisting a police officer without violence and driving on a suspended license. So this case has already been adjudicated, and now the video's coming out. And so the sheriff in Duval County, Florida, Jacksonville, is a gentleman named T.K. Waters, also black. And he had this to say, because that's why I'm telling you, because the Duval County Sheriff's Office felt compelled to respond to this, even though the matter was generally unremarkable. The case has been adjudicated. Mr. McNeil, who was trying to play side-of-the-road attorney or HR director, get your supervisor, pled out. So this should be a nothing burger. But because it's an opportunity to do the black-white cop thing, the video is in circulation. Here's the police chief.
Social media is not reality. One video clip devoid of context can be very misleading. Given that McNeil never brought this incident to JSO's attention, but rather pushed the cell phone camera footage that he had in his possession since March 5th out on social media, one can only assume, and I'm saying I assume, that he intended to inflame the public. The administrative process is still ongoing, and as such, I will neither defend nor commend Officer Bauer's response to resistance until all the facts are known and the investigation is completed. However, as the leader of this agency, I will not remain silent while important facts and information are buried to advance an anti-police agenda. The truth is, William McNeil Jr. was non-compliant with JSO officers within 21 seconds after he was stopped for multiple civil infractions. His non-compliance quickly rose to the level of criminal resistance to a police officer. McNeil was arrested and pled guilty to resisting a police officer without violence. Force absolutely looks ugly. And because all force is ugly, whether or not the officer involved acted within outside JSO policy, that's still what we're investigating.
Yeah, that's a smart play by that sheriff to get out front of this and just lay it bare. And maybe this anecdote is something that can be included in the conversation about the conversation parents have with their kids, particularly their sons. As Abraham Lincoln famously said, don't believe everything you see on the internet. Coming up at 5:38, Trump weighs in with more specificity as to the revelations from the documents declassified by Tulsi Gabbard. That's 5:38. Now we check the headlines.
Good morning. It's 73 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer Newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. Congressman Thomas Massey says President Trump's threats against him will backfire tremendously.
The president has launched a targeted campaign against the Kentucky congressman who voted against the president's big, beautiful bill and denounced last month's military strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities. According to Massey, his political rivals have spent $1.8 billion to go against him, but efforts have had very little effect. Massey is confident in his campaign, saying, "I am going to prevail." And he added his actions will embolden members of Congress to go with their constituents and not just toe the party line. I'm Chris Coraggio.
Rock and roll's so-called Dark Prince has died.
Ozzy Osbourne passed away peacefully, surrounded by family at home in England. After forming Black Sabbath with mates from school in the 1960s, he went on to a hugely successful career with the band and solo, selling over 100 million records worldwide. Inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame twice, he battled drugs and alcohol and in recent years other health problems. He came into people's homes with a show, The Osbournes. He and the band played a farewell concert earlier this month in Birmingham. Ozzy Osbourne was 76. I'm Mark Mayfield.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios. Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscriptions ever. A great alternative to a mobile phone for your kids. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com for 60% off and free UPS shipping. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next.
If you've ever wanted to meet Larry Elder, Hugh Hewitt, Mike Gallagher, or Charlie Kirk, now's your chance. It's AM 560's Terrific Talkers VIP Experience Contest. Enter today for a chance to meet your favorite host and sit in on a live broadcast. The grand prize includes airfare and 3 nights of accommodations. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Enter today at 560theanswer.com/VIP. That's 560theanswer.com/VIP.
FestGen Wealth Partners knows you're feeling the pinch of rising cost of living, and you are not alone. Potentially maximize your savings and get the guidance you need through times of uncertainty with a team at FestGen Wealth Partners. Get started at GetRetiredStayRetired.com.
Advisory services offered through FestGen Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Securities offered through Private Client Services, LLC, member FINRA and SIPC. Private Client Services and FestGen Advisors, LLC are unaffiliated entities. Any information discussed does not constitute investment advice. FestGen Advisors and Private Client Services do not offer tax legal advice.
It's summer. Time to get outside and enjoy the beautiful weather in a brand new scooter from Mars Medical in New Lenox. Come see and test drive their full collection of new and used power mobility devices for sale. Mars Medical carries full and travel size scooters from Pride Mobility and Golden Technologies. Inventory is moving out daily, so don't hesitate to pick out your new scooter today. And don't forget, Mars Medical also has lightweight and compact transport wheelchairs available for sale or rental use for those day trips to the zoo or to the park. Some units weigh as little as 19 pounds. Or improve your outdoor activities with a Rollator walker. Mars Medical has over 7 models of Rollator walkers on the floor for purchase. Make this summer one to remember with help from Mars Medical on the north side of Route 30 between Cedar and Vine Road in New Lenox. Or go to marsmedicalsupply.com. Mars Medical, customer care that is out of this world.
My friend Paula just remodeled her kitchen. I feel bad. It's so bland.
Yeah,
Everyone's using the same templated designs these days or just refacing cabinets.
Let's check out Forever Remodeling. They do full and custom kitchen remodels from the ground up, just for us.
It'd be nice to have a kitchen that's truly ours.
Exactly.
Don't get the same kitchen design as everyone else. Visit Forever Remodeling today at foreverremodeling.com. That's the number 4, everremodeling.com. And tell them AM 560 sent you.
When you speed, you have less time to react. Follow the speed limit to keep other road users safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Today will be hot with a mix of sun and clouds, reaching a high of 95. Overnight, expect mainly clear skies with very warm and very humid conditions, dropping to a low of 77. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. Yes, mourning the passing of metal rock legend Ozzy Osbourne. I thought actually James Hetfield had a really interesting comment, the frontman for Metallica, saying that Metallica wouldn't have existed if Black Sabbath didn't exist. A great tribute to Ozzy Osbourne and Black Sabbath, and an appreciation for those who go before you, which is always nice to see. Okay, we got to talk about the Russiagate revelations and President Trump weighing in on them, and Tulsi Gabbard firing back at those who are dismissing the documents that she released as anything new or newsworthy, and Obama firing back at President Trump for firing in his direction, saying that Obama has been caught. That's exactly what he said yesterday during a press avail. Take a listen. Here's the president.
They caught President Obama absolutely cold. Tulsi Gabbard, what they did to this country in 2016, starting in 2016, but going up all the way going up to 2020 in the election. They tried to rig the election, and they got caught. And there should be very severe consequences for that. You know, when we caught Hillary Clinton, I said, you know what? Let's not go too far here. It's the ex-wife of a president, and I thought it was sort of terrible. And I let her off the hook, and I'm very happy I did. But it's time to start, after what they did to me, and whether it's right or wrong, it's time to go after people. Obama's been caught directly. So people say, oh, you know, a group. It's not a group. It's Obama. His orders are on the paper. The papers are signed. The papers came right out of their office. They sent everything to be highly classified. Well, the highly classified's been released. And what they did in 2016 and in 2020 is very criminal. It's criminal at the highest level.
Is it time to go after people, or is it long past time to go after people, which would be my disposition? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line and text line. Trump went on to invoke the T word.
They have him stone cold, and it was President Obama. It wasn't lots of people all over the place. It was them, too. But the leader of the gang was President Obama, Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him? And except for the fact that he gets shielded by the press for his entire life, that's the one they... Look, he's guilty. It's not a question. You know, I like to say, let's give it time. It's there. He's guilty. This was treason. This was every word you can think of.
I can think of other words like seditious conspiracy. Seditious conspiracy defined in the Federal Criminal Code, where two or more people conspire to overthrow, put down, or destroy the U.S. government by force, or to oppose its authority by force. It also includes conspiring to prevent or hinder the execution of any U.S. law by force, or to seize or take U.S. property by force. Force. I mean, when you're talking about federal, the heads of federal agencies, that share a monopoly of force in a free society, most of what they do, much of what they do at least, has the backing of force. Most is done by force because they are the law enforcers. The T word. President Obama, that was enough for President Obama to offer a rare rejoinder to public criticism through a spokeshuman. What happened to Valerie Jarrett? Patrick Rodenbush is the spokeshuman that put out the statement on behalf of the anointed one. Out of respect for the office of the presidency, our office does not normally dignify the constant nonsense and misinformation flowing out of this White House with a response. Nice setup. But they are going to respond to the nonsense this time, they say. Here's the response. These claims are outrageous enough to merit a response. These bizarre allegations are ridiculous and a weak attempt at distraction. Nothing in the document issued last week undercuts the widely accepted conclusion that Russia worked to influence the 2016 presidential election, but did not successfully manipulate any votes. And so, there's nothing to see here. Well, Tulsi Gabbard, just to try to maintain people's focus so they're not distracted by those claiming this is a distraction, she was on with Laura Trump yesterday. And she wants people to zero in on 2 points. By the way, 2 points that she says will be further substantiated today when she releases more documents. Here's number one.
This new intelligence community assessment that detailed not if, but how Moscow attempted to influence the outcome of the U.S. election. So this is the thing that I think people should pay attention to, is neither the message from President Obama's office, neither the statements coming from Democrats in Congress today and their friends in the propaganda media. None of them are addressing this fact that there was a shift, a 180-degree shift from the intelligence community's assessment leading up to the election to the one that President Obama directed be produced after Donald Trump won the election, that completely contradicted those assessments that had come.
So that's number one, the 180 that was done at the direction of Obama, revisit the assessment, and then the assessment that was put out on January 17th of 2017 that was a 180 from what was basically the consensus opinion below the leadership level in those alphabet soup law enforcement and intel agencies. So that's one area where she wants focus. And the other is this.
John Brennan, James Clapper, James Comey stated with high confidence this January intelligence community assessment that they drafted at the direction of President Obama. The fact is that they used already discredited information like the Steele dossier. They knew it was discredited at that time, yet they used it as a source for this document that they claim to have high confidence in. They used intelligence that some of these intelligence community professionals rejected previously because of the lack of credibility and the lack of the ability to vet with any kind of confidence whether or not that information or intelligence
was accurate. And so what they did was a 180 using knowingly false information they knew was untrue, or certainly wouldn't constitute substantive evidence. They didn't have anything. This is from the Lee Smith piece that we talked about yesterday. The only piece of intel, Russian intel, that seems to have been verified from 2016, or really throughout this entire Russiagate saga, is that the Russians knew that Hillary Clinton was going to try to set up Donald Trump as a Manchurian candidate for the Russians. So, I mean, the Russians were much closer to the truth, apparently, or understanding what the truth was, than, well, certainly the D.C. press corps. And there's not being any more forthcoming in the moment, despite all of the evidence that undermines the positions they took. I mean, I understand nobody wants to return their Pulitzer Prize, but this is just not holding up very well. The other thing they're doing, and this is contained in that Obama statement, look, everything's widely accepted. Everyone knows. We've already been through this. And it's a sanitized what everybody knows. The sanitized what everybody knows is this idea that Russia worked to influence the election but did not manipulate any votes. It was about infrastructure that was maintained, that was protected, even as the Russians were up to their usual business of trying to shake Americans' faith in their government and in the integrity of their elections. But what's missing from that? What's missing from that everyone knows statement? What's missing is that wasn't what they argued. They argued, as everyone should know that has any institutional memory, any recall, they argued that Trump was a Russian asset. They argue that Putin and Trump were colluding. All we concluded, all we presented, everyone knows Russia attempted to influence the 2016 election, but didn't. And that's all we said. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? That is not all you said. That was the setup, the insinuation based on information you knew was false, based on information that you were told by professionals within your agencies was false. So certainly they weren't going to stand behind it. But you came over the top of them. You didn't disclose you were coming over the top of them. You have this meeting with the tops at the White House with the top of the tops. That would be President Obama. And then you unleash all the horribles onto Trump as he is assuming office in January of 2017. And you hamstring his first term in office with this fishing expedition that is predicated on falsehoods that you knew were false. That's what everybody needs to know. That's the bottom line. That's what Gabbard is getting to. And that's what Trump is getting to as well. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. Matt Taibbi was on News Nation last evening with Fredo. Fredo was attempting to moderate this discussion between Taibbi and Michael Isikoff, who was a Russiagate hoax perpetuator. Here's Taibbi, who, remember, I mean, for those, we've mentioned enough on the show, you probably know, we've been on the show a couple times too, but he voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016, Matt Taibbi. He wrote a book before his awakening called Insane Clown President about Donald Trump. So this is not somebody that, hails from MAGA world.
But you have to understand, Chris, that the core to this whole story, you can't just say everybody knew that Russia was doing it to help Donald Trump. You have to have some kind of evidence. And the evidence they relied on, the intelligence community assessment, was the Steele dossier, which, as your other guest, with respect, should know, was not a reliable source. It was paid opposition research that led to an enormous error in naming Carter Page an agent of a foreign power, and has proved to be a complete fraud. So you have to have some evidence to make these claims, and they did not have it. So it is absolutely significant that Barack Obama, stopping on a dime, orders a new intelligence assessment that says the opposite of what the evidence says.
Right. And to be clear, a good piece from Molly Hemingway and Margot Cleveland over at the Federalist, too. They point out something that everyone should know, but everything has to be repeated again and again because, we're years removed from the crux of this, and you have this whitewashing going on by the Obama camp. Everyone knows it was just about Russia and meddling, and because of our due diligence, we were able to prevent Russia from manipulating any votes. They don't even mention Trump's name. Like, there was no Mueller investigation. There were no allegations of collusion. There were no allegations he was the Manchurian candidate. There were no allegations that he and Putin were in bed, that Putin was directing Trump. Trump was asking Putin. There was these back channels with aides, business deals. I mean, the reams of allegations repeated over and over again for years through the entirety of the Mueller investigation. And frankly, after the Mueller investigation, because, of course, nobody admits that they were wrong, or worse, part of a seditious conspiracy, if you will, to use the legal terminology. Back to Molly Hemingway. Hemingway and Margot Cleveland, the Federalist, quoting them, the Steele dossier was listed in the ICA, the intelligence estimate, as one of the items substantiating the claim that Putin tried to help Trump. After the briefing of the intelligence estimate to Obama and Trump, details leaked almost immediately to CNN. When CNN's Jake Tapper, Evan Perez, Jim Sciutto, Carl Bernstein reported on the briefings and the intelligence assessment, I keep saying estimate, ICA, Intelligence Community Assessment, they specifically mentioned that the summary of the Steele dossier, quote, the summary of the Steele dossier, which everybody knew was false, quote, augmented the evidence that Moscow intended to harm Clinton's candidacy and help Trump's several officials with knowledge of the briefings tell CNN, unquote. So this idea of the Steele dossier, yeah, that turned out to be a problematic document, is sort of the way it's being downplayed now. No. It was central to the case they made that they had the goods on Trump, or they had enough evidence to warrant their incursion, investigation, reporting. Where the votes were manipulated was not in the infrastructure, and wasn't on Russia's Bush League Facebook campaign. It was this cabal here, and getting the story they wanted to tell about Trump, false, and they knew it regardless, the story they wanted to tell about Trump amplified by the D.C. press corps, and that's exactly what happened. By the way, Hemingway and Cleveland point out something too. Now, in this CNN report, that the Steele dossier augments the evidence Moscow intended to harm Clinton's candidacy and help Trump's. They make the other point that there is a conflation by members of the intelligence community, intentional, has to be, between the conclusion that Russia sought to undermine Clinton and the unsupported claim that Putin actively sought to help Trump. They call that, some call that, like the CIA Deputy Director David Cohn called that a distinction without a difference, but it is not a distinction without a difference. It's a distinction with a difference. I can want to hurt somebody without actively helping the other. Now, maybe that person, there's an unintended beneficiary of my focus on who I want to harm, but that's not the same thing as actively, because to make the case of actively supporting, to make the collusion argument they make, you have to provide the evidence to support it. Not just that I got a problem with this guy. Well, this person, I can have a problem with this person, and I address that person, and it has all sorts of ripple effects that help or harm other parties that are ancillary to this person. But that's not the same thing as making a case that somebody else is being benefited at my behest, you see. Bill in Northwest Side on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, Dan, you hear many people saying, oh, well, no one's ever going to get convicted. Well, what you do is you make them lawyer up,
Bill, I'm sorry, your phone is breaking up. Let me try you one more time. Bill, let's try it again.
I just wanted to say, Dan, you hear people saying, okay, no one's ever going to...
No, sorry, Bill. I don't know. We've got a bad connection. Lewis, outside.
Good morning, Dan. It is time for him, Donald Trump, to go after the mob. Okay, there are two things.
I guess it's our line, Lewis. Sorry about that. I guess we have phone line problems, so we'll call one of the AT&T linemen, try and get him out here. Taibbi went out to say something else in that exchange with Cuomo and Isikoff. And Cuomo does the typical, there's this side has the view and the other side has the opposite view, and the truth is somewhere in the middle. No, it's not. The truth is wherever the evidence lies and a little logic is applied. And the truth is what Matt Taibbi is articulating. And these people like Isikoff and Fredo sort of running interference, some separation because, the Steele dossier was phony baloney. A little separation. But what Taibbi is saying is spot on.
It's an embarrassment to every journalist who, I wasn't a Donald Trump supporter. I voted for Hillary Clinton. But this is embarrassing. There was no P tape. There was none of that. There was no 5-year well-developed...
No dispute. I'm not arguing with you.
It was on MSNBC every night for
your complaint is with MSNBC. It's not with the intelligence community.
Well, but no, but I think it's both.
They didn't hire
I think it's both.
That's Michael Isikoff, downplaying the CDC. Oh, MSNBC, so, take it up with Rachel Maddow and Nicole Wallace. Michael, and he's just one of many. But it was the entire gang of 500 that moved in this direction with at a breakneck pace to substantiate what Brennan, let me start at the top. Obama sanctioned and Brennan, Comey, Clapper et al. Concocted. That's not nothing.
Connect with Dan and Amy on the AM 560 The Answer mobile app. Just text the word app to 64636 to download the app today. Sign up for the AM 560 Answer Advantage to get early alerts on event ticket sales, special discounts, and contest opportunities. Sign up today at 560theanswer.com/advantage. Sign up for the AM 560 Answer Advantage to get early alerts on event ticket sales, special discounts, and contest opportunities. Sign up today at 560theanswer.com/advantage. AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up at 6:06, more on the latest developments in the Russiagate reckoning. This isn't the first time that Obama has done something like he is alleged to have done here. Cleta Mitchell has the receipts. It is now 6 a.m., AM 560, WIND Chicago.
A quadruple murderer will be locked up for good. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Brian Kohberger will get life in prison today after a sentencing hearing.
We don't know exactly how many victims' family members will actually speak today.
Fox's Chanley Painter outside the court in Boise.
He will have an opportunity to address the court if he wants to, but highly unlikely he actually will. This all comes after the 30-year-old agreed to plead guilty to save his own life from a potential death penalty after admitting to the brutal stabbings of 4 University of Idaho students in November 2022. But that agreement didn't require him to admit much of anything else, especially any details.
Israel's military has just admitted it did hit Gaza's only Catholic church by accident last week in the war against Hamas, blaming an unintentional deviation of munitions that hit the church, killing 3 people and injuring the parish priest. More than 100 aid groups are warning of starvation in Gaza and malnourished Palestinians.
And say working with Israel to distribute aid faces too many obstacles. Israel admits far fewer supplies are reaching Gazans than before, but it points to the aid agencies themselves for not getting it to the people. Gaza's Hamas-run health ministry says dozens have died of malnutrition in recent days.
That's Fox's Jonathan Savage. President Trump's worked out another deal with another country.
I just signed the largest trade deal in history. I think maybe the largest deal in history with Japan.
Saying the Japanese will invest $500 billion in the U.S., and instead of a 25% threatened tariff, it'll be 15% on imports from Japan. And while announcing another trade deal with the leader of the Philippines, the president turned his focus and ire at what he calls the Russia hoax.
Barack Hussein Obama is the ringleader.
Accusing the former president of treason, saying it's time to go after people, and amid renewed allegations the Obama administration misled the public in their investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 election. An Obama statement calls it bizarre and outrageous and a weak attempt at distraction. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning. It's 74 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer Newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. Mayor Johnson is attempting to crack down on smoking on Chicago Transit Authority trains and buses. The mayor signed an executive order directing city agencies and the mayor's office to work collaboratively with the CTA to aid its efforts to end smoking on public transit.
We finally get people to get back on our public transportation system, and then they can't have a pleasant ride because someone wants to smoke. It's unconscionable, it's unthinkable, and I've had enough of this.
Johnson said the effort will include placing social workers at CTA stops and launching anti-smoking public awareness campaigns. The order comes after Alderman Bill Conway introduced a resolution last month calling for a data-driven enforcement of the city's ban on CTA smoking. Chicago police leaders are accusing the city's budget office of deliberately slowing down paychecks for dozens of employees this summer. Police Deputy Director Ryan Fitzsimmons reportedly emailed several officials in Mayor Johnson's budget office on May 2nd to alert them of the department's overdue A-forms. A-forms are documents required to process paychecks for new hires and promotions. Fitzsimmons sent another email on June 10th saying the budget office was intentionally sitting on the forms. A joint statement from the mayor's office, the Office of Budget Management, and the Chicago Police was released last week that indicated that 60 police academy recruits received late paychecks along with 6 Chicago Fire Department employees. They also said the mishap was an administrative error that's been resolved. News is a service of Fox Valley Coins. Bring your gold or silver in store today. Each item is priced right in front of you. The coins never leave your sight. Receive cash or check right on the spot. FoxValleyCoins.com. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
Scott Jennings is all about common sense.
I'm wondering these days in America if we even have liberals and conservatives or Democrats and Republicans, or we just have two buckets. Those of us who believe in common sense and those of us who believe in, well, what's the alternative? Uncommon nonsense, which is what I see out of the Democratic Party right now.
The all-new Scott Jennings Show. Weekdays at 1, right before Hugh Hewitt at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
It's hard to find a nursing home where Christ-centered care is provided. For over 130 years, Lutheran Life has served the needs of seniors at the Lutheran Home in Arlington Heights. With chaplains on full-time duty, the Lutheran Home provides spiritual support as your loved ones confront the hard realities of aging. Our nurses will care for your bodies, and our chaplains will care for your souls. Find out how by visiting LutheranLifeCommunities.org today. That's LutheranLifeCommunities.org.
He's coming. Here he comes. Surprise! Your table saw broke. Also, the warranty expired weeks ago, so you need to pay for a new one out of pocket.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Oh, and the replacement part you ordered doesn't fit, so it's completely useless. What a waste.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Hey, it's Mike Rowe, and if you want to do business with a company that actually stands for something, switch to Pure Talk. I did. Sure, I appreciate being on America's most dependable 5G network with unlimited talk and text for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is Pure Talk's commitment to our military and to our skilled workforce. That matters to me. Save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
This is Carol Platt-Liebau for Townhall.com.
The Supreme Court has allowed President Trump to continue dismantling the Department of Education. Parents across the country should be celebrating, and here's why. Between 1950 and 2009, the student population in public schools grew by 96%, but non-teaching staff skyrocketed by an amazing 700%. They explode school budgets and line the coffers of the politically powerful teachers' unions, but they do virtually nothing to educate our children. But when responsibility for education returns to states and communities, parents have more opportunity and power to demand outcomes that will benefit their children rather than bureaucrats and their unions. This fosters accountability and raises standards. When parents, not bureaucrats, drive education policy, our children win. I'm Carol Platt-Liebau.
From the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 14 minutes, outbound 13 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Burn interchange, 7 minutes, outbound about 9 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 12 minutes, outbound 13 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, about 15 minutes. Outbound is about 14 minutes. On the Dan Ryan inbound from 95th to the Burn interchange, about 11 minutes. Outbound is about 10 minutes. Traffic is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Have you been getting high quotes for dental implants? With medical PPO insurance, it's possible to save 90% off on average. See if you qualify today at AlmostFreeTeeth.com, making smiles great again. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now checking your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today will be hot with a mix of sun and clouds reaching a high of 95. Overnight, expect mainly clear skies with very warm and very humid conditions, dropping to a low of 77. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Goldilocks, offering smart security systems to homes and businesses. Call Goldilocks at 708-889-5600.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. Kay, our phone line should be back up and operational. We had a little technical glitch there at the end of last hour talking about the Russiagate reckoning. So is our text line, 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line and text line. A couple texts, 779. Why is Ozzy getting all the attention? How about Theo, Malcolm Jamal Warner? I actually liked him. It was terrible. Malcolm Jamal Warner drowning in Costa Rica. Yeah, I think he was 54 years old. Rest in peace, Malcolm Jamal Warner, in addition to Ozzy Osbourne. Dan, you usually speak the correct language, but this time the players didn't just get it false. They willingly and deliberately lied. I think that's what I said when I said they knowingly relied on information they understood to be false to propagate the Russian collusion. When knowingly relied on false information is the same thing as lying. I know it's untrue, and I'm using it as evidence to make this claim. Yes, that's precisely what they did. The question is why they did it. And there are alternative theories. We'll take yours. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. Here's an interesting parallel offered by Cleta Mitchell. Cleta Mitchell is a well-regarded, well-known election law attorney inside the Beltway. Conservative. She posted on X about Obama's habit of doing what he is alleged to have done here, at least alleged by Trump. She writes, all of these revelations about Obama's literal orchestration of the Russia hoax in 2016 and 2017 ought to remind us that he did this before. Remember the targeting of Tea Party and conservative groups by the Obama IRS back in 2010? I do. She goes on to minimize the impact of the Tea Party movement in the 2010 and 2012 elections. Remember how it started? With Obama's public attacks against these grassroots groups. And Lois Lerner, head of the IRS Exempt Organizations Division, taking the hint and starting and running a years-long series of oppressive IRS actions against said groups to thwart them and put them out of business before they could find a foothold and get going for real. Cleta Mitchell continues, but I mean, the parallel, right? What do we always say? We know this from Chicago politics. You don't need to give the order. You need to identify a target, and then people in your service know what to do. They've grown up in the environment of knowing what to do, of what really is being said, the subtext. And I certainly remember it. You remember the abuses. Lois Lerner never held accountable. Abuses like asking pro-life groups to provide copies of prayers they recite, in addition to all of the other hoops and delays that were inflicted upon conservative groups, Tea Party groups, grassroots groups that are not allied with the left, in advance of weaponizing the IRS towards electoral ends, and the parallel of weaponizing law enforcement and intel agencies towards electoral ends. It's an interesting one. She goes on to say, does Cleta Mitchell, having represented a number of these groups, I know there was something going on at the IRS in 2010 when applications for exempt status that normally took 30 days to process suddenly became, quote unquote, stalled for months and then for years. Then I really knew something was going on when the application for exempt status for one of my clients, a group formed to hold public officials accountable, was held up for more than 3 years while the IRS demanded copies of every public communication the group had made against Obamacare. Remember that? The most powerful federal agency demanded to see every statement, every ad, every word uttered by a grassroots group challenging the president's signature legislative program. The words and terms put together by IRS officials in their BOLO alert, be on the lookout, included watching out for groups formed to hold public officials accountable, and the and the Obama crowd got away with it. No one at the IRS was held accountable. Certainly Obama was not. He was exposed publicly for turning the IRS loose on citizens groups and conservative donors, but with no repercussions. Why wouldn't Obama and his cronies believe they could do whatever they wanted to overturn the decision of the voters to elect Trump in 2016, to thwart the presidency, which they did, and then to manipulate the outcome of the 2020 election, which they did, and then try to jail President Trump, his lawyers, his electors, his supporters after 2020 to drive the nail into President Trump's coffin, both personally and into his political operation, by jailing not just him, but dozens of his supporters, lawyers, and electors. That's what the Obama crowd has been doing for more than 15 years. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. Lewis, Southside. Hey, Lewis. Do we have Lewis? Do we have phones? Maybe I was mistaken. Let's try another. Craig in Mount Greenwood.
Oh, hey, Dan. Thank you very much for taking
right.
Yeah, we got a connection here, and I'll tell you what, this subject you're on is really a big one, because the three-letter agencies, it seems like the only thing they're really good at is creating these fiction novels. But here's the problem with all their garbage. Their hocus pocus dominocus on January 6th they're guilty of involuntary, or being charged with involuntary manslaughter. They caused the deaths of not just Ashley Babbitt, Roseanne Moylan, and others, and they were shooting rubber bullets. They were shooting military-grade tear gas. They were doing all kinds of attacks on Americans. They didn't give them their rights. They locked them up and didn't let them have their things. This Trump administration needs to go after these people, and there's a lot of people that need to go to jail for what they're up to and what they've been up to.
Thanks for the call, Craig. Try Lewis again. Lewis.
Good morning, Dan. Can you hear me?
There he is. Yeah, go ahead, Lewis.
Okay. I think he should go after the mob. Okay, and there's two things that they have out there. One of them is the fruit of the poisonous tree. Okay, that's still dossier. That's the tree.
Lewis, sorry, but that line is choppy for some reason. I mean, honestly. Greg in Schaumburg.
I think mine's going to be choppy too.
Yeah, I think it is. Sorry, Greg. I mean, honestly, I apologize. At some point, we'll try to have a professional technical operation available for listeners to participate, but apparently that is not right now. There's another theory, though, that I wanted to get to. It's an alternative theory. Comes from Holman Jenkins in the Wall Street Journal, the real Russiagate story. Rather than a maliciousness in the direction, it's a theory. Rather than maliciousness in the direction of Trump, they were trying to, as Cleta Mitchell and many others have said, derail a presidency, cancel the people's will. They were just trying to cover up for their embarrassing incompetence. Let me tease out Holman Jenkins' argument. He writes, this week, the pro-Trump media is suffering a mishap common to overexcited Pekingese in response to revelations about the 2016 to 2019 Russia collusion hoax. Yawn. America already knows the story, even if the half that wants to pretend it doesn't. Even the half that wants to pretend it doesn't. Unhelpfully, too. Tulsi Gabbard seems determined to conflate Russian cyber attacks on voting hardware, which didn't happen, with driplets of online propaganda. And no, President Obama won't be going to jail. He benefits from the same Supreme Court-ordered immunity for official acts that President Trump does. Directing U.S. intelligence efforts certainly qualifies. Yes, but no, Holman, with all due respect. And presidential immunity for official acts is just that, immunity for official acts. Acts he engaged in as president. But if it's an ongoing conspiracy, that may necessarily include his participation post-presidency. And he wouldn't have Supreme Court ordered immunity in that case. So I don't know. We'll see what documents Tulsi releases today, but I think the picture is becoming a little bit more complicated for Obama than those who are quick to just say, presidential immunity, nothing to see here, no one's ever going to be held accountable. I mean, that may ultimately be what happens. That may ultimately, these criminal investigations that are open into Comey and Brennan may not produce the requisite evidence to pass muster in a criminal court, in a criminal trial. But I think that's an open question at this point. I'm not ready to answer it as definitively as some. Anyway, so just on that piece. But let me get to the rest of Holman Jenkins' argument, essentially the incompetence argument. More interesting is the annoyingly redacted classified appendix of the Justice Department's 2018 investigation into Comey's actions in the Hillary Clinton email case, which we are seeing for the first time thanks to Senator Grassley. A trove of Russian intelligence from a redacted source includes 2 memos in Russian from a redacted author or authors. These memos seemingly rely on intercepted U.S. communications to tell a story about how Obama Attorney General Loretta Lynch tried to kill the Clinton email investigation. Oh, golly, I thought that meeting that Loretta Lynch had with Bubba on the tarmac in Arizona was just a coincidental, we happen to be at the same place at the same time, let's say hi. So that's not very surprising, actually, either, in terms of what we suspected to be true. Comey believes the Lynch intelligence is objectively false, but still represents a counterintelligence matter he must address by intervening improperly to close the Clinton investigation. an argument the Justice Department Inspector General, also Horowitz, also an Obama appointee, found not a, quote, persuasive justification, one of Comey's excesses during his tenure. Thus was born the mess that explains all that follows. I will further stipulate, Holman Jenkins, that Comey, Clapper, and Brennan aren't Trump admirers, but wouldn't have stooped to their reckless acts simply to thwart a president they didn't like. I will not stipulate to that, but this is his argument. He goes on, it was a cover-up. Comey's first untoward decision spawned his second, reopening the Hillary probe shortly before Election Day, which Clinton and independent pollsters say elected Trump. Imagine if the subject in 2016's wake hadn't been Trump's imaginary Russia ties, but the real incompetence of U.S. officials in tilting the election to Trump based on false Russian intelligence danglings. There would have been colossal hell to pay for all the agencies involved, if that was the story coming out of 2016, rather than Putin installed Trump, the story that they were telling. Then there's the part that nobody wants to think about. Putin was watching. First, U.S. officials used bogus Russian intel to try to assure Clinton's victory. With Trump's surprise win, new bogus intel is rolled out to suggest Trump was in treasonous cahoots with Russia. Putin knows it's all nonsense, and he knows his U.S. counterparts know it. Then the 2020 election comes, and 51 top figures at U.S. intel, people Putin might have dealt with personally, concoct a story that a laptop of embarrassing and incriminating information about Biden's son is a Russian intelligence plan. He knows they're lying. They know he knows. When weighing the probabilities of his Ukraine grab, what did Mr. Putin make of the feckless and self-abasing and frankly Maxwell Smart-ish acts of U.S. intelligence leadership in its anything-goes battle with Trump? These events fill the 6 years before February 24th, 2022, when Putin was mulling the most important bet of his career, the U.S. response to his Ukraine invasion. And remember, the first, would they resist or would they cut a deal? And remember, Biden's first impulse was to urge Zelensky to abdicate. So it's an interesting argument that Holman Jenkins makes in the Journal, that this all could be sort of ass covering. They were in the business of trying to manipulate the outcome of the election, and they mucked it up so badly that they had to cover for their mucking it up. And maybe there's an intersection. Well, there's certainly an intersection between sort of incompetence and skullduggery. But maybe this was, I guess he would say, more a story about the intel agency's incompetence and the reckoning that would come for these agencies if they didn't have an alternative theory about what was going on, the alternative theory being Trump's in bed with Putin.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
I'm worried about Mom. She's having a tough time moving around the house.
Oh, I know. She still thinks she can do everything on her own.
Exactly, but I've been over there every day this week, helping her navigate the stairs, cooking meals, reminding her to take her medicine. I'm always nervous when I leave.
You know what? I admire you for taking care of Mom. But your family needs you too. And what if she slips and falls? A friend recommended the caregivers at Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest. They service Cook, DuPage, Kane, and Will counties. They guarantee compatibility, and they'll conduct a free safety assessment of her home. Plus, they'll provide as little or as much care as Mom needs.
Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest, offering both hourly and live-in care. Schedule a free assessment today by calling 331-281-0728. That's 331-281-0728. Again, that's 331-281-0728. And tell them AM 560 sent you. Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest. Senior care, only better.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You need a construction company, but who?
Call Crosscom.
A construction company you can trust that shares your Christian and conservative values. For decades, Crosscom has been doing work in Chicagoland, Northwest Indiana, and Wisconsin. Roofs, siding, windows, doors, gutters, basically everything for your home or business, even solar. Quality work and professional services that make you feel great about your decision to work with Crosscom.
Call Crosscom.
630-871-5500. Give them a chance to earn your business. If your repairs are due to storm, fire, or flood damage, you need to
call Crosscom.
They're licensed public adjusters. They work for you, not the insurance company. Crosscom will work to get you the money you deserve, the maximum payout. They know the insurance companies and how to deal with them. They win for you.
Call Crosscom.
Crosscom Construction and Public Adjusters.
This is Dan Lights with Crosscom. You can trust us with your home or business for high quality work and fair prices. It's the only way we do business.
630-871-5500. CrosscomPublicAdjusters.com.
Did you know that AM 560 Radio has a full-service digital marketing division called Salem Surround? If you're a business decision maker, listen up. AM 560 listeners are everywhere your potential audience is. So are our incredible targeting capabilities. We localize digital marketing and put it within reach of every business, small and large, in Chicagoland and beyond. Salem Surround offers AI-powered marketing solutions that reach your ideal audience. Whether or not you tap into the proven live, local, and emotional connection that AM 560 Radio brings, Salem Surround offers a total marketing solution to our partners. All-in-one digital solutions that provide targeted local digital and social media ads, Google AdWords management, website services, video strategy, search optimization, and even a management dashboard to offer you total campaign updates and transparency. Your Salem Surround representative is located right here in Chicago. Experience the Salem Surround digital revolution today. Call 847-472-8951. That's 847-472-8951.
AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. Disturbing story out of Los Angeles. Well, is there any other kind out of Los Angeles or big cities in this country anymore? This is about fire aid, though. Remember they had the big concert, big musical concert to raise money for the victims of those wildfires that tore through the Pacific Palisades and surrounding areas. 12,000 homes were burned to the ground. $100 million they raised. So somebody at a non-mainstream, non-legacy media outlet was contacted by one of her readers. The woman's name is Sue Pasco. And her outlet is called Circling the News, local out there, I guess. Contacted by one of her readers was Miss Pasco, saying, how do I apply for that fire aid, all that money that was raised for victims of the wildfires? And she thought, well, yeah, that's a good question. I'm not sure. So she started doing a little investigative work, trying to track where the money had been distributed and how actual wildfire victims could obtain some of it. And this is what she found.
Those people probably want to know where the money is. This will be an easy task to find out. Mm-hmm. So I contacted the Annenberg. They never responded.
And the Annenberg is
Foundation, because they are overseeing the wildfire funds, yes. So I emailed them several times. They never responded. I called them several times. They never responded. And finally, it was like almost 2 weeks later, a woman got back to me and she said, "Oh, I'm sorry for the delay. The person you need to speak to is Chris Wallace. He's a media spokesperson for wildfire funds." So I contacted Chris and I said, "You know, victims want to know when they can get their money." Seems like a very simple question. He said, basically, they don't. All this money are going to nonprofits, and then nonprofits will take care of making sure the money's distributed. So I looked at initially they gave $50 million to about 120 nonprofits. And I looked at these nonprofits, and one of them said, "We help mobile home parks." And there were 2 mobile home parks in the Palisades, all low income. And so I contacted the people there. They had never received any money. They had never heard of that. When you go through, I would urge everyone to just go to the nonprofits that are listed if you want a good laugh. I mean, one of the nonprofits cleans preschool bathrooms. Well, after the fire, who knows? Maybe there is a preschool bathroom that needs cleaning.
Yeah. In other words, a lot of these nonprofits are ancillary, if you will.
That's a nice way of saying it.
And you urge people, our viewers, they can go on the Fire Aid website. And yes, in terms of if you're Fire Aid, you can say, we have listed all the nonprofits. So they've given out $75 million so far, and you can see for yourself each nonprofit that has received money. The vetting process, though, that's an interesting angle to this story as well, because there's still another round of funding that will be given out. If you're a nonprofit, you would just have to fill out a simple, very simple questionnaire. 6 questions. So what do you make of the vetting process?
I think they're not helping the victims at all.
That's what it sounds like. The corruption that exists within, we've talked about the NGO space when we talk about DOJ, both at the federal level as well as the state level, where you just have government money that is taxpayer money that is funneled by politicians into phony baloney NGOs, nonprofits that are set up to provide sinecures for their political operatives to continue being political operatives. And, just the leftist and politicized nature of so much of so many of these huge foundations. I mean, Annenberg, I remember when Annenberg made big news giving like $50 million to the Chicago public schools. Talk about lighting money on fire. And we're doing very good vetting decades ago when that was front page news. But of course, it's hopefully this story gets around, and maybe some of the artists that participated in that concert will learn that the money they helped to generate isn't going to fire victims and rattle some cages in the nonprofit world in LA, where it seems to be a lot of self-dealing, probably oriented towards political fellow travelers. But that's just a guess. But more attention to that story for, making with the cash to actual victims from those wildfires would be nice. Coming up at 6:36, I want to revisit a story we touched upon yesterday, since it is all the rage among urban leftists right now, these government grocery stores, your government grocer. 6:36. Now we check the headlines.
Good morning. It's 74 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer Newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. Former President Obama's office is pushing back on recent claims by President Trump about the 2016 election.
In the Oval Office Tuesday, Trump brought up a criminal referral from Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard that alleged Obama's White House led the effort to manufacture intelligence that Russia interfered. In a statement, Obama's spokesperson called the claims outrageous, bizarre, and a weak attempt at distraction. I'm Brian Shook.
President Trump says that the U.S. has reached a trade agreement with Japan. At a White House event Tuesday night, Trump touted the deal, which includes a 15% tariff on Japan's exports to the U.S.
But I just signed the largest trade deal in history. I think maybe the largest deal in history with Japan. We worked on it long and hard, and it's a great deal for everybody. I always say it has to be great for everybody. It's a great deal. But we're doing really well as a country. We're strong.
He added the country will also invest $550 billion into the U.S. in what he called perhaps the largest deal ever made. The 15% tariff rate is well above the 25% rate that the Trump administration had threatened in a letter to Japan earlier this month. News as a service of Turnkey. Turnkey is the key to cyber protection. For a limited time, Turnkey is offering all new customers their first month of service free, including Microsoft licensing, antivirus, anti-malware, data backup, plus 24/7 help desk support. Visit turnkey.pro today. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
Hugh Hewitt explains his thoughts on Epstein.
Let me start with the disgusting and despicable Epstein and my belief that there is nothing here. There's no there. There is no list. He was a creep. He was a criminal, and he killed himself. End of story. Why is it lingering? A lot of people have made a lot of money off of peddling Epstein conspiracy theories that can no longer do so.
The Hugh Hewitt Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Sean Thompson at 4 on AM 560. The Answer.
Why don't we do one of those one-day bathroom remodels?
Well, because I don't want a generic bathroom that looks like it belongs at a campsite.
Fair. I'd love something that fits us. A bigger shower, safety grab bars, better lighting, heated floors.
Let's go with Forever Remodeling. There's no templates. Every design is unique and exactly what we want.
At Forever Remodeling, no two bathrooms are ever the same. Visit Forever Remodeling today at foreverremodeling.com. That's the number 4everremodeling.com. And tell them AM 560 sent you.
I'm Ben Barzita.
And I'm Matt Nadeau, founding partners of Barzita and Nadeau Wealth Management. And after more than a decade on the air, we're excited to be back with our brand new show, Money Hour Radio.
Tune in every Saturday at 1 p.m. on AM 560 as we break down retirement planning, market trends, tax reduction strategies, and our Advance and Protect investment approach.
It's sophisticated planning, independent analysis, and trusted guidance backed by over 40 years of combined experience.
Join us for Money Hour Radio, Saturdays at 1 p.m. on AM 560.
It's summer. Time to get outside and enjoy the beautiful weather in a brand new scooter from Mars Medical in New Lenox. Come see and test drive their full collection of new and used power mobility devices for sale. Mars Medical carries full and travel-size scooters from Pride Mobility and Golden Technologies. Inventory is moving out daily, so don't hesitate to pick out your new scooter today. And don't forget, Mars Medical also has lightweight and compact transport wheelchairs available for sale or rental use for those day trips to the zoo or to the park. Some units weigh as little as 19 pounds. Or improve your outdoor activities with a rollator walker. Mars Medical has over 7 models of rollator walkers on the floor for purchase. Make this summer one to remember with help from Mars Medical on the north side of Route 30 between Cedar and Vine Road in New Lenox. Or go to marsmedicalsupply.com. Mars Medical, customer care that is out of this world.
When you speed, you have less time to react. Follow the speed limit to keep other road users safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
From the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 14 minutes. Outbound, 13 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Byrne Interchange, 7 minutes. Outbound, about 9 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 12 minutes. Outbound, 13 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, about 15 minutes. Outbound is about 14 minutes. On the Dan Ryan inbound from 95th to the Byrne Interchange, about 11 minutes. Outbound is about 10 minutes. This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Kyle started Blindster in 2010 to make quality custom blinds affordable to everyone. Traditional window covering retailers are expensive. Blindster prices are low and their blinds are guaranteed to fit. Blindster.com. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today will be hot with a mix of sun and clouds, reaching a high of 95. Overnight, expect mainly clear skies with very warm and very humid conditions, dropping to a low of 77. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. Yesterday, we had a brief conversation, or part of our conversation, was with Ted Dabrowski from wirepoints.org, was about a real-world case study in something that is very popular among neo-Marxists in urban centers, like our very own BLM Brandon Johnson, which is the city-run grocery store. The working title for the chain of Brandon Johnson's grocery stores, we understand it to be Gimme Dat Groceries. We'll see. Your government grocer. That's something that Ma'am Donnie has made central to his campaign in New York City to address the sticker shock at your local grocer, reduce the cost of living for New York City denizens, just as the same thing, just as Brandon Johnson would do here, just as previous mayors did before him when they subsidized a Whole Foods to set up in Inglewood. And how did that go again? Oh, right, it's no longer open in Inglewood. KC Sunfresh, you got another one of these mayors, these neo-Marxist mayors. They're all over the place. So basically every urban community with more than 300,000 people has one of these knuckleheads. Different names, different races, different sexes, same bad policies, same bad results. Quentin Lucas is Kansas City's mayor. The grocery store in Kansas City is called KC Sunfresh. Sounds great. Except they're down to one tomato, as we talked about yesterday. They're on the brink of closing as they have lost $900,000 over the last year and received tens of millions of dollars in taxpayer funds dating back just 7 years to 2018. Tens of millions of dollars. They lost $900,000 last year. They're down from 14,000 customers, so the reporting goes, to 4,000 customers, in part, as again I mentioned yesterday, because this solution to the food desert on the east side of Kansas City turns out to have the same problem that other businesses would have, which is why they didn't locate on the east side of Kansas City, which is it's not safe to do business there. It's not safe for the operator, and it's not safe for his law-abiding patrons. And so as conditions around that store have deteriorated, and city leadership apparently isn't focused on its primary responsibility, which is public safety, the customers have fled, and the ability of Kansas City to continue shoveling money into this city-run grocery store is waning. One patron, there's no meat, there's no vegetables, there's no nothing. Are you going to take care of the community that's surrounded around you? If not, sell the store to someone that can be more responsible. Quentin Lucas, the mayor, acknowledging the crime issues impacting the area, but saying this: while I hear and understand the crime issues and concerns, there's a grocery store right down the street, largely in the same kind of area, some of the same criminal numbers and statistics, that still is doing pretty darn well. So we do want to make sure that we can get those operations right, and that's the work that we're collaboratively trying to do. Interesting. So a grocery store that is a private enterprise that's not far from the KC Sunfresh is doing okay, at least surviving on its own. Gosh. So there's the sort of endemic issues that afflict government enterprises and private enterprises alike. And then there's the internal issues as to operating a particular business, like who knows what they're doing when it comes to operating a grocery store and who doesn't. Yes, that also has an impact. That is material to the conversation. Who would have thunk it? But I do love the idea. I mean, if there is something that is sort of instructive about this. I don't want to say entertaining because I don't like to see other people's money frittered away by political nitwits. But, watching the government try to set up an enterprise to compete with private enterprise and try to run a business that is self-sustaining under the conditions and regulations that they have imposed on private business. I mean, there is sort of a hoist by your own petard piece of this that is an opportunity for a teachable moment or a learning experience, not for the government, but maybe for the residents. One can only hope. But there are many that think this is a good idea. Well, many in the New Marxist Party's core constituency, and you know how that is. No, it's not the residents of the east side of Kansas City or the south and west sides of Chicago. I mean, yes, those residents, those minority communities still vote overwhelmingly for the Democrats, but that's not their core constituency. That's not who they're interested in serving. They're interested in serving people like Zephyr Teachout. She's a law professor at Fordham, and she's the author of a book, Break 'em Up, Recovering Our Freedom from Big Ag, Big Tech, and Big Money. She has, by the way, no relation to the late, great Terry Teachout, who was a talented playwright and theater critic. But I digress. Zephyr Teachout has a piece in the Times, New York, that is. New York City has the power to bring down grocery prices. All cities do. I'm sure this has already been laminated and posted on Brandon Johnson's refrigerator. Her argument. Cities have the power to bring down food prices and bring life to food deserts. They just haven't been using it. The food system in the United States is rigged in favor of big retailers and suppliers in several ways. Big retailers often flex their muscles to demand special deals. To make up the difference, suppliers then charge the smaller stores more. Those discounts are one reason independent grocers struggle to survive. They're a major reason we have food deserts. They're also a major reason that prices are so insane. Well, that's not exactly true. Costco offers its suppliers lower prices in return for bigger orders. Volume discount. Is that a concept you're familiar with? Probably not at Fordham Law. There's nothing anti-competitive about volume discounting. And are firms eager to sell to Costco? Because of the potential, for sales and brand exposure? And same thing at Whole Foods or others. They have to meet stringent requirements, negotiate pricing, handle volume, logistics. The sorts of things you have to think about if you're a private sector operator and a supplier to a big private sector operator. I think it's something like 1 in 4 Americans pay for a Costco membership. 1 in 4. So Zephyr Teachout is saying we'd be better without Costco, and instead, quote unquote independent grocery stores operated by your local city government. That's a theory. She goes on to talk about federal laws that preferential discounts can violate. But, I mean, there's just nothing that is illicit about what she's describing, and the law that she's trying to apply, on its face is inapplicable. A 1936 statute she dug up, she's a law professor, forbids suppliers from offering sweetheart deals that aren't based on actual efficiencies of scale. But the Costco example, they are based on efficiencies of scale, which is why Costco can charge lower prices. Okay. All right. She writes, cities like New York don't have to wait for the federal government to act. They can pass their own laws against price discrimination and include real penalties. They can they could improve profit margins for existing independent stores. Right. The federal government gets into the business and then starts to put the arm, like a mobster, to put the arm on legitimate businesses that it's competing with, because it can't compete because, like in Kansas City, it doesn't know how to run, whoever they identified. It doesn't matter if you brought somebody from from that sector in. It's public choice theory. You don't have any bottom line sensitivity. And God only knows the patronage hires that are involved in the KC Sunfresh grocery store and would be in New York or Chicago or anywhere else. I mean, it's just a completely different organism. But okay. She also says cities can also police price gouging. When many people think of price gouging, they picture something like a guy selling surgical masks out of a truck for $100 during the COVID pandemic. But the real profiteers are often the Fortune 500 Goliaths, not the retailers, meat packers, packaged good manufacturers, and national grocery chains that noted the strain COVID put on global supply chains and responded by raising prices much more than they needed to. There's no such thing as price gouging. There's just no such thing. She also argues that, she argues like two things. She goes on to say New York City has strong price gouging laws on the books, which forbids anyone from jacking up prices during a state of emergency unless the seller's own costs have gone up accordingly. The city couldn't have stopped the bird flu that devastated flocks, but maybe it can stop suppliers from cynically exploiting a crisis to justify exorbitant prices. So she complains about the price of eggs, and then she concedes that the cost of bringing eggs to market rose due to a supply shock, the bird flu, but that some firms exploited that crisis and price gouged. So on the one hand, large retailers are charging prices that are unfairly low and the independents can't make a profit. On the other hand, they're price gouging. It is dizzying, the logic here, as well as the understanding of economics. But this is, so this is not just and the reason this is important is this is not just the philosophy of, sort of room temperature IQ'd politicians like BLM Brandon. This is what you get from the so-called intelligentsia in the academy. And this is who runs these cities. I think it's a mistake to look at Chicago, New York, LA, Baltimore, and say, well, it's the black vote, it's the Latino vote. I mean, unfortunately, yes, majorities vote for these Marxists. Identitarian politics has appeal. It's terribly unfortunate. But that's not who really runs the city. It's the elites in C-suites. It's the union bosses, probably in reverse order of importance, the union bosses, who are elites of a different sort. But this is not coming from the hoi polloi. This is not some sort of grassroots, even grass tops move in the direction of turning the financial district into a public housing project or setting up gimme dat grocery stores. These are people that are insulated from reality, who have a outsized sense of self, a very dim understanding of the real world when it comes to doing business, but all kinds of sentimental ideas about how the world should be ordered in this image that they've concocted in their mind so they can immanentize the eschaton. And Zephyr Teachout is a more refined strain of this pernicious thinking than some of the street-level politicians, but it's the same thing. It's the same thing. Yeah, you're a government grocer. I'll pass. George Naperville, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yes, Dan. It sounds like these city-run grocery stores have much bigger problems than people squeezing the Charmin.
Yes, great reference, George. Thank you so much, and happy to see the phones are back.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Hi, I'm Ken Mariotti, owner of Woodland Windows and Doors, a third-generation family-owned business since 1969. We know you're bombarded by choices when shopping for new windows or doors, so we're inviting you to experience the Woodland difference. For decades, we have been transforming living spaces with Marvin Windows, a fifth-generation family business. Marvin replacement windows have been known to increase the warmth of your cold rooms by 10 degrees. Think about that, 10 degrees warmer. When you welcome Woodland into your home, you will get a product expert to transform your living spaces, full-time, dedicated professional installers that you can trust in your home, along with the best products like Marvin. These are the reasons we're proud of our 5-star reviews and family legacy. No gimmicks, no pressure, and upfront pricing are why Woodland Windows and Doors is your trusted window and door expert in Chicagoland. Visit woodlandwindows.com to book your free in-home expert consultation. That's woodlandwindows.com, or stop by our showroom at the corner of Lake and Geary in Roselle.
Did you know that AM 560 Radio has a full-service digital marketing division called Salem Surround? If you're a business decision maker, listen up. AM 560 listeners are everywhere your potential audience is. So are our incredible targeting capabilities. We localize digital marketing and put it within reach of every business, small and large, in Chicagoland and beyond. Salem Surround offers AI-powered marketing solutions that reach your ideal audience. Whether or not you tap into the proven live, local, and emotional connection that AM 560 Radio brings, Salem Surround offers a total marketing solution to our partners, all-in-one digital solutions that provide targeted local digital and social media ads, Google AdWords management, website services, video strategy, search optimization, and even a management dashboard to offer you total campaign updates and transparency. Your Salem Surround representative is located right here in Chicago. Experience the Salem Surround digital revolution today. Call 847-472-8951. That's 847-472-8951.
Let me take a moment to talk about one of our loyal sponsors, QC Kinetics, Regenerative Medicine. You've been hearing their ads on the station for 2 years, and the response from listeners has been exciting and emotional. So many are getting relief from chronic joint pain thanks to stem cell therapy from QC Kinetics. In fact, 92% of patients report satisfaction with their results. Even Joe Rogan loves it. AM 560 listener Tracy is proud to report she is a new QC Kinetics customer. If you're stuck in a cycle of painful steroid shots and considering surgery, stop now and contact my friends at QC Kinetics. Get a free consultation to learn how regenerative medicine, using your own body's biologic healing properties, can help your body heal itself. This is advanced cellular therapy. It doesn't cost anything for a second opinion. Weekend appointments are available. This could be life-changing, so call today to learn more and see if you're a candidate. Call 312-809-5955. Tell them Dan Prof sent you when you do. That's 312-809-5955. Again, 312-809-5955.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up at 7:07, we're going to talk to Jennifer Boss, the mother of Megan Boss, the woman that was found in that property in Waukegan, and the individual who has now been charged and is in the process of being deported. Get all the details from Jennifer Boss at 7:07. It is now 7 o'clock, AM 560 WIND.
A real plan for artificial intelligence. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. President Trump plans to sign executive orders today focused on the U.S. leading the rise of AI.
The reported 3 pillars of President Trump's AI speech today includes infrastructure, innovation, and global influence. The White House intends to crack down on state laws seen as too restrictive to let the American AI boom flourish. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says deregulation is the key to the AI revolution.
Fox's Lucas Tomlinson. This the day after the president announced new trade deals with Indonesia, the Philippines, and Japan.
We're doing things that have never been done in this country before, and our country is becoming very rich again.
The Japanese deal lowers his threatened tariff on imports from 25 to 15%, and he says Japan will invest $500 billion in the U.S. The president also lashed out against former President Obama, accusing him of treason as a ringleader in what he calls the Russia hoax.
He's guilty. It's not a question. I like to say, let's give it time. It's there. He's guilty.
Accusing the former president and his administration of manipulating intelligence and misleading the public about Russia's interference in the 2016 election that led to a long investigation into alleged Trump campaign collusion. That led to this statement from an Obama spokesman. Fox's Griff Jenkins reads from the White House.
These bizarre allegations are ridiculous and a weak attempt at distraction. Nothing in the documents issued last week undercuts the widely accepted conclusion that Russia worked to influence the 2016 presidential election, but did not successfully manipulate any votes.
It's sentencing day for Brian Kohberger, who'll get life in prison weeks after he pleaded guilty to murdering 4 University of Idaho students in 2022 to avoid the death penalty.
Hopefully he'll man up and he'll give some explanations and doesn't just give one-word answers.
Steve Gonzalez, whose daughter Kaylee was killed, tells Fox News' The Will Cain Show he'll be making an impact statement at the hearing, stressing families still want to know why Kohberger did what he did.
That's Fox's Kristen Goodwin. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning. It's 75 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. Governor Pritzker and transit leaders are celebrating the Chicago Union Station centennial. Pritzker called Union Station the center of the most important rail hub in America for Amtrak, freight, and commercial rail.
Over 100,000 passengers pass through here every single day, making it the 3rd busiest rail terminal in the United States.
Officials gathered yesterday for a celebration honoring 100 years of service from the Illinois landmark. The station opened in 1925 after more than a decade of construction that cost $75 million. Dangerous weather is hitting the Chicago area. The National Weather Service says highs could reach the 90s today with the heat index values in the triple digits. A heat advisory will be in effect. The hot and humid conditions may cause heat illnesses. One man's in custody following a standoff at Chicago's federal courthouse. Authorities say the Dirksen Federal Building was evacuated yesterday during the incident in the lobby involving a man with a knife. SWAT was called to the scene. The man was taken to the hospital in custody more than 9 hours after the standoff began. No injuries were reported. NASCAR is reportedly returning to Chicago in 2027. Following its announcement last week, it said it would not host a race in the city next year. Alderman Brian Hopkins said after a meeting with race officials yesterday, he's convinced NASCAR will return. One of the city's sticking points is not having the event on the 4th of July weekend. Alderman who attended the meeting said NASCAR committed to continuing and increasing its community support for causes that included the Boys and Girls Club during 2026. Despite not having a Chicago street race next year. News is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Have you been getting high quotes for dental implants? With medical PPO insurance, it's possible to save 90% off on average. See if you qualify today at AlmostFreeTeeth.com, making smiles great again. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
If you've ever wanted to meet Larry Elder, Hugh Hewitt, Mike Gallagher, or Charlie Kirk, now's your chance. It's AM 560's Terrific Talkers VIP Experience Contest. Enter today for a chance to meet your favorite host and sit in on a live broadcast. The grand prize includes airfare and 3 nights of accommodations. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Enter today at 560theanswer.com/VIP. That's 560theanswer.com/VIP.
He's coming. Here he goes. Surprise! Your table saw broke. Also, the warranty expired weeks ago, so you need to pay for a new one out of pocket.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Oh, and the replacement part you ordered doesn't fit, so it's completely useless. What a waste.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Hey, it's Mike Rowe, and if you want to do business with a company that actually stands for something, switch to Pure Talk. I did. Sure, I appreciate being on America's most dependable 5G network with unlimited talk and text for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is Pure Talk's commitment to our military and to our skilled workforce. That matters to me. Save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Salem News Channel is America's fastest growing conservative TV network.
It's an absolute crazy day.
Home to the largest lineup of free speech champions anywhere. Delivering in-depth insight and unapologetic opinion on today's biggest news stories.
Americans aren't going to put up with this anymore.
SNC brings you the news that matters, told with integrity and clarity. Watch Salem News Channel free 24/7 on your television. Stream now on Pluto TV.
Will your current financial plan weather any storm? It's crucial to have a strategy that can endure and grow. Best Gen Wealth Partners can help you survive and thrive in retirement. Don't leave your financial future to chance. Visit GetRetiredStayRetired.com.
Advisory services offered through Best Gen Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Securities offered through Private Client Services, LLC, member FINRA and SIPC. Private Client Services and Best Gen Advisors, LLC are unaffiliated entities. Any information discussed does not constitute investment advice. Best Gen Advisors and Private Client Services do not offer tax legal advice.
From the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, wow, it's 57 minutes. It is solid due to this crash, left lane blocked. It's going to be between Eden Spur and Dundee Road. On the outbound side, it's about 13 minutes. Now on the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Burn Interchange, 26 minutes. Outbound, 24 minutes. On the Eisenhower, inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 31 minutes, 21 minutes. Outbound. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 33 minutes. Outbound is about 20 minutes. Traffic is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Have you been getting high quotes for dental implants with medical PPO insurance? It's possible to save 90% off on average. See if you qualify today at AlmostFreeTeeth.com, making smiles great again. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today will be hot with a mix of sun and clouds, reaching a high of 95. Overnight, expect mainly clear skies with very warm and very humid conditions, dropping to a low of 77. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by The Real Story with Jeannie Ives, powered by Breakthrough Ideas, Sunday evening at 7 on AM 560 The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560 The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. If you want the law in Illinois to change, you got to speak out. And we have to hear from victims of terrible public policy. And unfortunately, there are a lot of them. And they grow with each passing day, as we have documented on this show. One of the most thoughtless laws passed in my lifetime in Illinois is the Pritzker Purge Law, the so-called Safety Act. Recall, it was opposed by 100 of Illinois' 102 county state's attorneys. As far as I know, every county sheriff. But Kim Foxx liked it. And Eric Reinhardt, the Lake County state's attorney, suburban Lake County, liked it. And J.B. Pritzker and the political power structure, Chris Welch and Don Harmon and those supermajorities of Democrats in Springfield liked it. So it's the law. No cash bail. The release of people who have committed violent crimes, in many cases, to commit other violent crimes while they're on pretrial release. And CWB Chicago has now a about a 4-year running series documenting the hundreds of victims and their and by extension their families and friends who have been felled, been injured by this law. One of them is the Boss family. Been talking about this story over the last couple of months since a 52-year-old Waukegan man was arrested back in April when a missing 37-year-old Antioch woman named Megan Boss was found in a container on his property. Well, the recent news is that ICE has now taken this individual, this Waukegan man, into custody because he's in this country illegally. Well, you have two layers here. He's on pretrial release for the charges he faced in April. Concealment of a death, abuse of a corpse, and obstructing justice. And we also find out he's here illegally. So we have a sanctuary city and a safety act. That's a real twofer. I don't mean to make light of it because it's not funny. For more on the topic, this case specifically, as well as the laws we live under here in Illinois, Jennifer Boss joins us. She is the mother of Megan Boss, that 37-year-old woman who was found dead in Waukegan. Jennifer, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
So, just give us your perspective on what happened to your daughter, both maybe at the hands of this man in Waukegan, I don't know, and then what happened to your family at the hands of Illinois' justice system.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think most people understand that, Megan was missing for almost 2 months. She had recently gotten out of rehab, and just a few weeks before, and we hadn't heard from her in quite some time. So I did report her missing early in March. I'm sorry, I sometimes lose track of what I'm saying. I have a little brain fog these days.
That's all right.
Anyway, so we spent quite a lot of time looking for her, passing out flyers, posting flyers, posting social media. There was some news. And everything. They were able to, the Antioch Police Department were able to use her phone records to discern who was the last person that she spoke with, and that happened to be Jose Mendoza Gonzalez. They went and talked to him at his work. He didn't want to be arrested at work, he said to them, and so they took him in. He later confessed that he had initially, he said that she had been there and left. Then he did confess that she was still there, that he claims that he saw her using drugs, and he had gone upstairs for 5 minutes to check on a leak, and when he came back down, she was deceased.
And
he said he didn't call 911 because he was scared because of his illegal status.
Well, so was he using drugs as well? Is he a drug dealer? What is the relationship between this guy and your daughter?
Well, we're not clear on that. She has known him for a few years. I found out from other friends that she has known him, but nobody really tells me anything about him. I don't blame them for not wanting to be associated with him. So we haven't really been able to find out much on his background. There doesn't appear to be any kind of criminal background. Hard to say. The possibilities are many.
And I mean, just so I'm clear, your daughter, was this a long running battle with addiction that she had?
It was. My son passed away in 2020, and after that happened, it was an accident, and after that happened, Megan really kind of spiraled. It really affected her, and she really went down this path pretty deep into a dark place. So she had been through rehab a couple of times over the last handful of years, unsuccessfully. And this particular time, she was picked up on a warrant back in October of 24. It was an old warrant, also drug-related. I think it was paraphernalia. And they put her in jail. So she was in Lake County Jail until December when the judge had her go to rehab. She was so happy when I saw her last on Christmas Day. I was able to take her daughter to see her on Christmas Day. She was happy and she was healthy looking for the first time in a couple of years. She had plans for her future. She was really looking forward to being able to be with her children. And it was really great. I really felt like this time she was going to make it, and so did she. Unfortunately, she wasn't released from the court. At the same time, she was released from the rehab. That was a mistake by her public defender, who did not get her in front of the judge in time. So she was forced to go back to jail. It was at least a day. I'm unclear on the time that she was there because of the privacy, of course. But it was at least a day that she was back in Lake County Jail before she could be released from the court without her medication, including the Suboxone that was helping to keep her sober. She was only a mile or so from where she lived. She was probably already starting to feel some of the effects of missing her Suboxone. She didn't have it with her. She had called me afterwards and said, I'm going to run home and grab some things, and then I'm going to go back to the rehab and pick up my things there and my medication and go over to the sober house. That's where she had already had a bed arranged to continue her treatment in sober living. She never made it there.
That was the last time you spoke with her?
No, she did call about a week later and apologized for being a screw up. That was a week later, and then 2 days before I knew that she was there, the date that everybody realized she was gone, on the 17th of February, she called me and said, "Hey, Mom, it's me." And I said, "Hey," and she somebody in the background got her attention, and she's like, "Oh, I have to call you right back." She never did call me back. It was 2 days later. I had sent her a message telling her how much we loved her and that we could help her get back on track, and we weren't angry. She did see that message. She didn't respond to it, and that was the last I knew that she was still with us.
And the individual that was charged in connection with her death that you mentioned, he was charged in April, as I mentioned at the outset, and then released pending trial until ICE intervened. But I mean, it's sort of, as I said at the outset, this sort of the law here, both the Safety Act, which allows for someone who is accused of these crimes to be released pre-trial, and then compounded by the fact that he's in this country illegally. Your view on that?
It's so frustrating. And I had no idea when they arrested him. They had found her, I believe it was a Thursday evening of the 10th. On the 11th, they arrested him. They detained him overnight until he could go to his first appearance. And after his first appearance, which the prosecution did request that he be detained, the judge had no choice really but to release him. And there's a reason for that. I feel really bad that the judge is taking such grief for releasing him to the community, but the Safety Act really does tie their hands quite a bit. In Class 4 felonies, they are okay. So let me think how I can explain this. Okay, the defendants can be held if they're charged with really especially dangerous crimes, or if they can be proven to be a serious flight risk or a threat to the community, right?
Right.
So in a Class 4 felony, he was only convicted or charged relating to the concealing of a corpse, abuse of a corpse, which in this case is only applicable because he moved her body, not what he did putting her in the garbage can, and obstruction of justice, which was breaking her phone. Those don't fit the criteria of a dangerous crime, an especially dangerous crime, and the prosecution really couldn't prove a threat to the community safety or that he was a serious flight risk because his illegal status also does not count to elevate the flight risk.
Right. Even though, I mean, this is the thing that's so crazy. So he's not a flight risk, even though the reason he says that he concealed the body was because he didn't want to be discovered as having been in this country illegally. Correct. So now he's in custody. He's been charged with crimes. Now we're going to find out he's in this country illegally, but he's not a flight risk. That makes a lot of sense.
It's pretty ridiculous because, you know, the law enforcement is no longer allowed, including the judge, to ask what their legal status is.
Right.
But he volunteered it. They already knew it. And I think that if you're in this country illegally and you commit a crime such as this that includes the detail that you have a dead body, I think anything that any case that involves a dead body should be questioned and maybe err at the side of caution and hold on to that person until you know if they were involved in their death or not.
Exactly. I mean, it's just commonsensical. I mean, I think everybody listening to the show would say the same thing you just said. It's just so we have this dynamic, but then how did you perhaps instigate ICE's attention to this case? They have so many. There's a wrinkle here, isn't there?
Yeah. So early on, I was contacted by State Representative Tom Weber, and he had at some point invited me down to Springfield to do a press conference in which I met Patrick Sheehan. Both of them have been working diligently trying to get the Safety Act reforms through. They have helped and supported me in trying to get my voice heard, but it wasn't really being just kind of on the local level. It was very frustrating, and I had this opportunity to go to Washington. I have a dear friend, Dawn Bethel Allen, and she is involved with group drug-induced homicide. She also lost her son to a counterfeit pill a couple of years ago, and she's worked very diligently in this arena of drug-induced homicide to get those laws changed because that's a whole other story. She was invited to speak at the signing of the Halt Fentanyl Act, the presidential signing that happened last Wednesday. Just a week ago, I was talking to the president. It was crazy. But she invited me to go along with her. I had very little notice. The next day, we were on a flight, and we attended the Halt Fentanyl signing, which was absolutely amazing to witness such transformation in legislation. It's really important, to families who have lost their children, to all this illicit fentanyl that is now flooding our country. Anyway, I was sitting there during the ceremony, and Speaker Johnson was sitting 3 chairs down from me. So I quickly took a notebook out of my purse and scribbled him a note with the very basics of the case. I mean, it was just a very small notebook. Mm-hmm. And I passed that note over to him. I never did get a chance to talk to him, but after the ceremony, we all got up. President Trump was talking to all the families that were on the stage, giving them some time and attention, and then he started to leave the room. Well, I had made my way over to the area where he was going to walk out of the room. And as he went past me, I don't know what took me over, but my arm went up in the air and I hollered out for him. He said, Mr. President, Mr. President. And he turned around and he looked at me. He said, I didn't know what I was going to say. It just kind of came out. So I don't think I can remember it verbatim.
Yeah.
But the basic of it was, I said, my daughter was missing earlier this year. We found her on the property of an illegal alien who had hidden her in a garbage can filled with bleach for 2 months, and he was released. And he said, I think you can see in the videos that are posted online, he said, illegal, illegal. And I said, yes. I said, I'd really love to tell you the rest of my story. And he looked at me and he said, watch what happens. And that was it. He walked out the door. I thought, okay, well, I told him. I had another friend who lived in Washington who had some contacts, and she was able to make me some meetings with some people on Capitol Hill, some lawmakers and their staff. And I was able to also tell my story. I do believe that it was these Congress who elevated my story. The people that I spoke to, the staffers, the members of Congress. I talked to Representative Mary Miller. I believe they elevated the story, and then the White House gave the go-ahead for ICE to pick him up. Sure enough, watch what happened. 3 days later, he was picked up by ICE.
Well, that has to be satisfying at that level. I mean, in terms of you actually almost single-handedly, obviously you need some help, but almost single-handedly getting justice for your daughter.
Oh, seriously, I was so thrilled. I think people were expecting me to be upset that he was, ICE was going to pick him up and deport him. I wasn't upset. Our laws here in Illinois, they don't cover what he did. The laws that he's charged with are just kind of the best they can do at this time, because the suspicious death investigation is still underway. We don't know if he has had a hand in her death. We don't know. Her autopsy finally came back after almost 3 months, the official report, and she is officially determined to be undetermined. And that is because there is close the possibility of a drug poisoning from a fentanyl or homicide or an accident.
Right.
They can't determine it because of the condition that she was in.
Is there any indication that that he was a fentanyl user as well? Do we know that?
At this point, we do not know. He did say that he was not a drug user. He said that he was sober and attending AA meetings. I do believe the AA meeting thing has been there, or that his sobriety to alcohol has been verified. His relation with drugs is questionable. I've heard some things from people in that realm that lead me to believe he's not completely away from that world, but there's no proof.
The Lake County State's Attorney, Eric Reinhart, said, "We believe that a criminal trial and sentencing is more appropriate than deportation procedures. The defendant is charged with several felonies, which can potentially result in consecutive prison sentences upon a conviction. As people know, deportation to another country does not lead to prison in that country. If we agree to deportation, he could be free in days." Right. How do you respond to Reinhart?
Well, it's a little bit of word magic there, because free in days is more referring to free in Mexico, not here. He was already free, walking around. He's been free for the last 3 months. Mm-hmm. The Class 4 felonies carry a 1 to 3 year charge. Okay. In Illinois, that automatically, say he gets 3 years. In Illinois, that automatically gets cut down to 18 months right away to be served. He was on a 24-hour curfew, and when a defendant is on a 24-hour curfew. Every day they are on that curfew counts as a day served.
Mm-hmm.
So say this trial took a year to complete. That takes another year off that 18 months. So what's he looking at? 6 months, maybe even probation. You know, you have to remember that his charges are not really about what he did to her body, with her body, putting her in the garbage can, pouring bleach in there. You know, she was in a large amount of liquid, heavily dosed with bleach, and keeping her there for 51 days, which, you know, she was disappearing. He broke her phone. So the charges that he has are for breaking her phone, moving her body, and not reporting that she died. None of those are violent or dangerous crimes according to our law. So they're not what he is charged with now that he admitted to, and that's what we're dealing with now that relates to the Safety Act, is just not enough to really keep him for very long. There is a possibility that sentences for these crimes could be, I forgot the word.
Consecutive.
Yes, thank you. Consecutive, but that will be up to the judge. That will be something that will be determined during trial.
Yeah.
We can't guarantee it.
No, I get it. You're looking at a calculus of maybe he gets a few months, and then in this state, then the sanctuary state, then he's back, and what now? I got to track down the president again to scramble ICE. You know, I mean, as opposed to getting him out of this country and getting him out of this country for good.
This is why I didn't. I'm so sorry. This is why I didn't call ICE in the first place. I really wanted him to face the consequences of what he did, and I believed that it was a pretty serious crime that would have some pretty serious consequences. And as time has gone by, and I've realized that if we cannot prove other evidence doesn't arise, that we can prove that there's a more sinister thing here, then he's, you know, it's really not very much of a consequence. And I was feeling this when I went and spoke with the person with the judiciary. I spoke to somebody from the Judiciary Committee. It's a subcommittee for crime. And I made it really clear to them that when a family is already in the middle of a court case with their perpetrator, who is an illegal alien, it doesn't feel good to have that perpetrator picked up and thrown out of the country. That, you know, that doesn't feel like justice. It feels kind of like you're cheated from the opportunity to have that person be put in prison. But when ICE is involved, you really have no control. It's up to them what they decide to do. I hope they address that at some point because, like I said, for the victims, it doesn't feel like justice is served. It doesn't give them any sort of closure to just throw their perpetrator out of the country. So I do hope that ICE will retain him, that they will keep him and bring him to court, allow him to go through his court, and subsequently any
serve whatever sentence and then have him deported.
Any sentence he may get.
Yeah,
that's what I'm hoping for. But at this point, if he goes out of the country, if we're left with only these charges and he gets thrown out of the country, more power to him. You know what? Why should I be put through all of these months of dealing with the court system for nothing really to happen to him anyway?
Jennifer Boss, the mother of Megan Boss. Jennifer, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate your time, and very sorry for the loss of your daughter as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I would appreciate any support I can get. I am working really closely with Representatives Tom Weber and Patrick Sheehan to get this portion of the Safety Act changed to benefit the victims instead of the criminals.
Good for you. That's excellent.
Yeah.
Jennifer, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And Jennifer joined us on the Turnkey.pro answer line. Coming up at 7:37, we'll turn our attention to matters, dollars, and cents with economist Stephen Moore. That's 7:37. Now we check the headlines.
Good morning. It's 75 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. Congressman Thomas Massie says President Trump's threats against him will backfire tremendously.
The president has launched a targeted campaign against the Kentucky congressman who voted against the president's big, beautiful bill and denounced last month's military strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities. According to Massie, his political rivals have spent $1.8 billion to go against him, but efforts have had very little effect. Massie is confident in his campaign, saying, "I am going to prevail." And he added his actions will embolden members of Congress to go with their constituents and not just toe the party line. I'm Chris Coraggio.
Rock and roll's so-called Dark Prince has died.
Ozzy Osbourne passed away peacefully, surrounded by family at home in England. After forming Black Sabbath with mates from school in the 1960s, he went on to a hugely successful career with the band and solo, selling over 100 million records worldwide. Inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame twice, he battled drugs and alcohol and in recent years other health problems. He came into people's homes with the show The Osbournes. He and the band played a farewell concert earlier this month in Birmingham. Ozzy Osbourne was 76. I'm Mark Mayfield.
News is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Have you been getting high quotes for dental implants? With medical PPO insurance, it's possible to save 90% off on average. See if you qualify today at AlmostFreeTeeth.com, making smiles great again. I check the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
Larry Elder has a big I told you so moment.
You're okay. You're not going to get COVID if you have these vaccinations. Yeah.
People were forced to take it. People lost jobs by not taking it. And now you have a man described as a lead scientist for Johnson & Johnson on videotape. It wasn't safe and effective. We did very little research.
The Larry Elder Show, weeknights at 8, right before Sean Hannity at 10 on AM 560. The Answer.
Hey, it's Sean Thompson here for Level 10 Coating. You've been hearing the ads on AM 560 for months. Listeners love the product. Shiny new garage floors. And here's the thing. If you grow up in Chicago, you know a garage isn't just for parking cars. It's a sanctuary for yourself. Sometimes you could throw a kid's party there. Sometimes you can watch a game with your friends. But it doesn't have to be a cracked, dry, ugly cement floor with all dust on it. It can be a product you love. That's what Level 10 Coating delivers. Level 10 Coatings makes it someplace you'll want to be all the time. Level 10 Coatings, you can call now for a free quote at 855-510-2628. The number again, 855-510-2628. It's not just garage floors either. It's anywhere you want to make the cement feel more than cement at level10coatings.com. That's level, the number 10, coatings.com.
Big or small, we coat them all. Level 10 Coatings, your custom concrete coating solution.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, you need to call Team Hochberg, your trusted local lender. Last year, Mitch, 50, railroad worker, income 100 G's a year, score 630, called to consolidate his debt with a cash-out refinance. Team Hochberg loan officer Johnny Hendrickson helped Mitch pay off his debt and save $800 a month. Johnny called Mitch for a 6-month post-closing checkup and informed him his credit score was now over 700. Then Johnny helped Mitch Mitch lower his rate, remove the PMI, and save him another $400 a month while covering all his closing costs. Let's review. Team Hochberg loan officer Johnny Hendrickson helped Mitch eliminate his debt, save $1,200 a month, and improve his scores over 100 points. Team Hochberg's helped thousands of radio listeners, but we can't help if you don't call 855-563-2843 or visit 56david.com. That's 855-563-2843 or visit that website you know you love, 56david.com. Lower.com, equal housing lender, NLS 1124061.
When you speed, you have less time to react. Follow the speed limit to keep other road users safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
From the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. Well, good news, it's recovered on the Edens. Inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, good old 17 minutes. Outbound is about 14 minutes. On the Kennedy, this is going to be inbound from Montrose to the Byrne interchange, 29 minutes. Outbound, 27 minutes. Now on the Eisenhower, inbound from Wolf to the old post office, 34 minutes. Outbound, 21 minutes. This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios. Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies, offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. Perfect for instant contact with an aging parent. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com and you'll get an extra 60% off and free UPS shipping. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now I check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today will be hot with the mix of sun and clouds reaching a high of 95. Overnight, expect mainly clear skies with very warm and very humid conditions, dropping to a low of 77. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. So, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, boy, he is really enjoying his role as Trump's hatchet man, it would seem, at least as it pertains to Fed Chairman Jay Powell and the Fed more generally. This is what he had to say in a sit-down with Joe Kernan over at CNBC about Jay Powell and company.
I think that we should think, has the organization succeeded in its mission? You know, if this were the FAA and we were having this many mistakes, we would go back and look at why has this happened? I mean, look at as you said at the top of this broadcast, there was fear mongering over tariffs, and thus far we have seen very little, if any, inflation. We've had great inflation numbers. So, I think this idea of them not being able to break out of a certain mindset, all these PhDs over there, I don't know what they do. This is like universal basic income for, academic economists.
I do like that. At Zinger, the Fed is like a universal basic income for academic economy. Yeah. So are a lot of economics departments in academia, actually, ironically enough. Rand Paul asked about the Fed imbroglio, too. And by the way, I think Paulina Luna, congressman, has referred Jay Powell and company for a DOJ investigation into this $2.5 billion upgrade they want to do to their digs in D.C., which is, yes, it's definitely offensive. I don't know that it rises to the level of criminality. But anyway, a lot of attention on it. Rand Paul was on with Kudlow, asked about who will replace Jay Powell when he is replaced, either in the spring of next year or perhaps, but seems unlikely, before.
There really is not hesitancy yet on the Democrat side. On the Republican side, there is some pretense to believing that the debt is wrong, but they believe, and the president has convinced them that it's a third rail, that you can't talk about Social Security's taken off the table, Medicare is taken off the table, and then essentially Medicaid was even being taken off the table by the administration. Once you do that, there's not a whole lot left. To put it in perspective, the dynamics of what the budget is like.
Oh, that wasn't it. That's him obviously talking about fiscal policy. But what he essentially said on Kudlow with respect to Powell was he should be replaced by an empty chair. I vote for none of the above. Why do we have these mystics? Why not let markets set interest rates, the free exchange of goods and services, including lending services? For more on this, pleased to be joined by Steve Moore, economist, author of The Trump Economic Miracle and the Plan to Unleash Prosperity Again, co-author with Art Laffer. Steve, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hey, Dan. By the way, I like the way you just put that I'm going to steal that line, that what Jerome Powell is a mystic. And, he thinks he can just wave the wand and direct the economy. And he's been completely incompetent. It's hard to believe, by the way, that a year or two ago, Time Magazine was going to make him their man of the year, but Taylor Swift just beat him out. She had a better year than he did. But the guy, he's the one who gave us 9% inflation. Remember, he's the one who practically threw the economy into recession in Trump's first term. You talk about expenditures. I just saw a report just in the last 15 years, the expenditures at the Federal Reserve Board have quadrupled. What do? What are those 300 PhD economists from Harvard, Yale, and Princeton? What do they do?
It looks like they're paging through Crate and Barrel catalogs, deciding how to decorate their offices with this $2.5 billion spend. I mean, he may have had Taylor Swift may have had a better year, but she doesn't have a better office setting.
Well, I want people to know, because I have a lot of people who listen to your show are donors to Unleash Prosperity, and I just want them to let them know that we're using your money, folks, to build a little waterfall in my office. And, we're going to have a hot tub. We're going to have a hot tub. So thanks so much for your donation.
You deserve it.
That's the Fed.
So, I mean, but
that's what the Fed is doing. I mean, it's unbelievable. They're supposed to be the ones who's mining the mint, and they're spending the money like it's candy.
But I mean, you don't really think this is a moment, though, to do something Rand Paulian and Randian while we're at it.
Yep.
And when Powell comes up for, when Powell's term ends at the end of next year, at the end of the spring of next year, May, I think, when that ends, just for Trump to say, I'm not appointing anybody. They need to be out of this business. That's not where this is going to go. Do you think?
Well, I actually have a better idea than that.
Okay.
Okay, it's to name me as the Fed chairman, because if I had all that power, I could do the right thing for the country.
Oh, really? You're going to be. Well, you just want the $2.5 billion office digs. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. Look, this is an agency that is completely out of control. They're completely incompetent. Wall Street thinks this guy is a wizard. He is not. He practically destroyed the economy. If I were Trump, I'd wait him out. But, I mean, why not put somebody in who is what the Fed should be doing is controlling inflation, keeping the dollar sound. That's why we have a currency. I mean, it goes back to Economics 100, so it retains its value and can be used as a medium of exchange. So we have to keep the dollar supreme, but it hasn't done very well under Powell, so he's got to go. I like either Kevin Warsh or Kevin Hassett, or maybe how about Larry Kudlow? Put him in there.
Yeah. All right, on trade deals, trade deal between U.S. and Japan with a $500 billion investment coming from the Japanese. So says Trump. Deal with the Philippines. We got what's the president's name there in the Philippines too? Bong Bong. Yeah.
Is it Ferdinand? Is it Marcos?
No, Marcos and Imelda and their shoe collection, I think, have. Or no more, but Bong Bong in Philippines, we got them. He got him signed on. So, what's your stop, look, and listen on these trade deals that he and Howard and the crew and Bessent are negotiating?
Well, look, Trump. Trump has been pretty effective so far. And you and I are not tariff guys. We don't like tariffs, but I have to say he's done a pretty amazing job so far in getting these countries to bend and to play fair and to treat American exports on a level playing field. I mean, it is true that we've had generally the lowest tariffs, And if he can continue to get these countries to lower their tariffs on our farmers, on our dairy people, on our manufacturers, on our technology companies, I'm all for that. And so far, it seems to be working. Now, it's a dangerous strategy. And every time, if you notice, Dan, every time Trump talks about tariffs, the market crashes. Right? And then when he announces a trade deal, the market comes roaring back to life.
Yeah, I hope people aren't front running his rhetoric. Anyway, speaking of unleashed prosperity, and speaking of this too, the conditions on the ground. I noted in your latest newsletter, at least the latest one I saw, your red state, blue state jobs update. So tell us what the net is.
So thank you for asking that, because on Monday, you're sitting down, we're going to unveil our what we call votewithourfeet.com, which is going to be the most extensive analysis of where people are moving to, where they're moving from, how much money they were taking with them, et cetera, et cetera. In preparation for your show, I looked up Illinois. Illinois, but good news, you're not the worst state. You haven't lost the most. You're third worst, right behind California and New York. But Illinois has lost, by our estimates, over the last 10 years, almost $100 billion in income, because we can track the IRS data where people are moving to and from, and we know what their gross income is. So this is the problem when you elect someone like, Brandon Johnson, or if New York elects this socialist, you're going to see the biggest migration out of New York City in history. And, you want to buy property in Tampa or Dallas or Fort Worth or West Palm Beach, because it'll be a stampede out of New York. New York already has the highest income tax rate in the country at 14%. This idiot wants to raise it to nearly 20%.
No, I know. I mean, well, we're familiar with it. All the big ideas that punctuate Mamdani's campaign in New York, we're actually already in the process of doing in Chicago.
Exactly. We're using New York's going to use the Chicago model because it's worked so well. But it's sad, because we've talked about this many times. Chicago is one of the world's great cities, but if you get bad leadership, things deteriorate pretty quickly. So Illinois is the third worst in terms of losing people, losing population, and I got an idea, maybe you need new leadership. I know it's a crazy idea, but I think that could work.
Yeah, and at the state level, too. I mean, it's interesting, some of the takeaways from this data analysis that you do annually. 5 states that have seen job growth of at least 10% from pre-pandemic levels, all deep red states. The no income tax states, 5 of the top 15 states in job growth. It's pretty simple formula.
It's pretty amazing. I mean, the amount of money that's going into Florida, Texas, Tennessee, states like that. By the way, what do Florida, Texas, and Tennessee have in common?
No income tax.
Yeah. Isn't it funny how that works? I mean, the left still runs around saying that taxes don't matter. They don't affect people's behavior. Oh, that must explain why all the moving vans are moving to Dallas, Texas.
I was reading this piece, and I was thinking maybe Steve Moore is about to sell his home. Is Trump still kicking around the idea of moving to eliminate the capital gains tax on home sales?
Yeah, he just announced that yesterday, I think, and I don't know all the details of it. But actually, believe it or not, I was on CNN last night. You were in bed by that time, but we were talking about this issue. And my point was, a better idea would be to index capital gains for inflation, because I think about people like my parents who in the 60s bought their house in the North Shore for something like $38,000, and then 35 years later, 40 years later, they sold it for $800,000 or something like that. But guess what? A lot of that quote gain was just inflation from the 60s and 70s.
Yes.
So why not allow people to index in other words, adjust for inflation, then you pay a tax, because a lot of people are paying more tax on the inflationary gain than they are on the actual increase in the real value of the house.
100%. Well, that's why you're an economist. Yeah. Very good. One last piece of business. You had this in Unleash as well, but I wanted to get your reaction to Mayor Pete, the news that he spent about $80 billion on DEI grants during his time as Secretary of Transportation. But now on the good news side, we got to have the whole story. He was able to get 384 charging ports done with $7.5 billion from the Green New Deal, which I guess works out to about $15 million per charging port for EVs.
This is quite a story. This guy wants to run for president, by the way, because he was such a great transportation secretary. But if you're wondering why the potholes aren't getting fixed in your neighborhood or why the trains are falling off the track and so on, it's because he was more interested in making sure they have racial quotas and hiring than actually improving, or why are the planes crashing? Maybe they should have modernized the computers at the FAA. They're still using Fortrans, the 1980s computers we used to use in college. So this is a matter of the safety of the American people. It's outrageous. And what was the number again? I think it was 60 billion. Was it for a DEI?
80 billion.
80.
Yeah.
How do you do that, by the way? How do you spend $80 billion on diversity?
It's and do it so quickly. He got
listen, thanks to him, there's no more racial prejudice anymore in America. Thank you so much, Mayor Pete.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people running phony baloney NGOs that are flush. Stephen Moore, economist, author of The Trump Economic Miracle and the Plan to Unleash Prosperity Again. Steve, thanks as always.
Okay, don't forget, votewithyourfeet.net. Stay tuned, folks. You'll see what we have to do to fix Illinois.
Votewithyourfeet.net. Got it. Steve Moore joined us on the Turnkey.pro answer line.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Hey, I'm Steve Wyatt, and I want to invite you to the Wyatt Matters Show, which airs every Sunday on this station. You can expect lively discussion and heartfelt reflection that will both entertain and inspire you. And if we do it right, maybe deliver some genuine laughter as well. We talk about not only what matters, but also why it matters.
Wyatt Matters. Sunday morning at 6 on AM 560. The Answer. Gain insight into building strong marriages and raising godly children with Focus on the Family with Jim Daly each weekday at 11:30 a.m. on our sister station, AM 1160. Hope for your life.
The Milo bedroom from Penny Mustard takes you back to the time of Mad Men, martinis, and mop tops.
Right on. I love Milo's clean, streamlined look. It's a gas.
Made in the USA and scaled to fit any room.
Perfect for your pad. It's totally bodacious.
Wrong decade, Arvid.
Don't be so square, man. The Milo bedroom with queen platform bed, 6-drawer dresser, mirror, and 3-drawer nightstand, starting at $52.09 at Penny Mustard.
7 locations throughout Chicagoland.
PennyMustard.com.
You need a construction company, but who?
Call Crosscom.
A construction company you can trust that shares your Christian and conservative values. For decades, Crosscom has been doing work in Chicagoland, Northwest Indiana, and Wisconsin. Roofs, siding, windows, doors, gutters, basically everything for your home or business, even solar. Quality work and professional services that make you feel great about your decision to work with Crosscom.
Call Crosscom.
630-871-5500. Give them a chance to earn your business. If your repairs are due to storm, fire, or flood damage, you need to
call Crosscom.
They're licensed public adjusters. They work for you, not the insurance company. Crosscom will work to get you the money you deserve, the maximum payout. They know the insurance companies and how to deal with them. They win for you.
Call Crosscom.
Crosscom Construction and Public Adjusters.
This is Dan Lights with Crosscom. You can trust us with your home or business for high-quality work and fair prices. It's the only way we do business.
630-871-5500. CrosscomPublicAdjusters.com.
They took everything. Our equipment, our supplies, it's all gone.
It's devastating. Every order is going to be delayed for months, and our customers are going to find someone else.
I don't know if we'll ever recover from this. We're already getting calls from clients checking on their orders.
Who knows how long it will take to get back on our feet? What were we thinking not upgrading our security?
Don't let a break-in devastate your business. Protect yourself with Goldilocks. They'll create a customized security solution for you. From commercial doors with keyless entry to 24/7 alarm monitoring, they have you covered. Learn more at GoldilocksInc.com and have a security technician conduct an on-site assessment of your business. Plus, AM 560 listeners get their first 3 months of monitoring free with a new install. Call Goldilocks now. 708-889-5600. That's 708-889-5600. Goldilocks, Chicagoland's premier locksmith doors and security systems company since 1981.
Don't miss In Grace with Pastor Jim Scudder Jr., now heard on Sunday mornings at 7:30. Tune in and find hope as Jim Scudder explores God's Word and His world each Sunday morning right here on AM 560, The Answer. AM 560, The Answer.
Text from 847, isn't there already a capital gains exclusion for selling your house, at least your primary residence? Yes, I should have mentioned that per our conversation with Steve Moore. But it's capped at $250,000 for a single filer and $500,000 for a joint filer, and that was, I think, the point in part that Steve Moore was making about indexing capital gains to inflation. Anyway, coming up at 8:08, we'll return to the Russiagate reckoning with Will Chamberlain from the Article 3 Project.
Will he talk? Will he say why he did it? I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Those are big questions in Boise, where Brian Kohberger has a sentencing hearing this morning.
Easiest way for it to go away is if this person, during his plea, gives out information that only he would know, and then we don't have to play these conspiracy games.
Steve Gonsalves' daughter, Kaylee, was among the 4 students Kohberger murdered at the University of Idaho in 2022, and he opposed the plea deal, allowing Kohberger to avoid the death penalty and get life in prison. Fox's Chanley Painter in Boise says they expect
raw emotion inside this courtroom as many of the families take to the podium to say what they want to say to Brian Kohberger. We know that the family of Ethan Chapin, they said they won't be here today, but they are pleased with this plea agreement that will be finalized later today or tomorrow. We expect to hear from Madison Mogen's family, Kaylee Gonsalves' family, and possibly even the mother of Xana Kernodle.
We're learning of a bomb plot thwarted in New York City.
Federal prosecutors say Michael Gann built at least 7 improvised explosive devices, or IEDs, using chemicals he bought online. The U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York says Mann used shotgun shells in some of the IEDs, then stored them on the rooftops of apartment buildings and threw one onto the subway tracks of a bridge that connects Manhattan and Brooklyn. Mann had another device on him when he was arrested on June 5th.
Fox's Tanya J. Powers. President Trump will put a big focus today on artificial intelligence, ready to sign 3 executive orders aiming to help the U.S. be a leader in AI. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent tells Fox Business this is another industrial revolution coming.
I think what's really gone unheralded here is the Trump administration's emphasis on deregulation.
Well, this the day after the president announced trade deals with 3 countries, setting tariffs on imports from Indonesia and the Philippines at 19%, 15% for Japan, which the president says will invest more than $500 billion into the U.S. America's listening to Fox News.
WIND, Chicago.
Good morning. It's 77 degrees in Chicago. In the AM 560 The Answer Newsroom, I'm Nikki Whaley. Mayor Johnson is attempting to crack down on smoking on Chicago Transit Authority trains and buses. The mayor signed an executive order directing city agencies and the mayor's office to work collaboratively with the CTA to aid its efforts to end smoking on public transit.
We finally get people to get back on our public transportation system, and then they can't have a pleasant ride because someone wants to smoke. It's unconscionable, it's unthinkable, and I've had enough of this.
Johnson said the effort will include placing social workers at CTA stops and launching anti-smoking public awareness campaigns. The order comes after Alderman Bill Conway introduced a resolution last month calling for a data-driven enforcement of the city's ban on CTA smoking. Chicago police leaders are accusing the city's budget office of deliberately slowing down paychecks for dozens of employees this summer. Police Deputy Director Ryan Fitzsimmons reportedly emailed several officials in Mayor Johnson's budget office on May 2nd to alert them of the department's overdue A-forms. A-forms are documents required to process paychecks for new hires and promotions. Fitzsimmons sent another email on June 10th saying the budget office was intentionally sitting on the forms. A joint statement from the mayor's office, the Office of Budget Management, and the Chicago Police was released last week that indicated that 60 police academy recruits received late paychecks along with 6 Chicago Fire Department employees. They also said the mishap was an administrative error that's been resolved. News is the service of Woodland Windows and Doors. Marvin replacement windows and doors can bring your backyard right into your living space, making it seem brighter and more spacious. Visit woodlandwindows.com to book your consultation. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes, but now time for the Signature Bank Business Beat.
I'm Elizabeth McDonald, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Power company GE Vernova's business was better than expected in recent months. The stock's up 3.5%. Its earnings and revenue topped expectations, and it's raising its forecast for the year. AT&T says it expects to save between $6.5 and $8 billion in taxes in coming years because of the recently passed tax and spending bill. AT&T expects to invest $3.5 billion of the savings into its network to step up its fiber internet build-out. Otis, the elevator and escalator company, though, is reporting a weaker quarter. It was impacted by a slump in China sales. Stock futures are higher, helped by the U.S. trade deal with Japan. Tesla and Google's parent company, Alphabet, report earnings after the Wall Street close. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Jenny Cosola. Invested in you.
If you've ever wanted to meet Larry Elder, Hugh Hewitt, Mike Gallagher, or Charlie Kirk, now's your chance. It's AM 560's Terrific Talkers VIP Experience Contest. Enter today for a chance to meet your favorite host and sit in on a live broadcast. The grand prize includes airfare and 3 nights of accommodations. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Enter today at 560theanswer.com/VIP. That's 560theanswer.com/VIP.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank, a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Bob Chivato, owner of Go Exceed and a customer of Signature Bank. By leveraging AI and machine learning, we provide data management solutions for corporations to save time and money managing their cellular devices. While we rely on machines to help us run our business, we believe personal relationships are essential. This is why we chose Signature Bank. Having a banking partner who understands our background, our business, and our priorities is fundamental to our success. Any bank can provide basic services, but having a bank that you can trust, one that looks out for you and treats your business like its own, that's irreplaceable.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Want to learn how Signature Bank can help turn your business vision into reality? Call Signature Bank at 773-467-5600 or visit signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Sean Hannity here, and these are certainly uncertain times with everything happening overseas. We've got to be on high alert here at home. Everyone needs to go to byrna.com. Why? I want you to see this non-lethal technology that can save lives, and you will see their compact launcher, the world's smallest, less lethal pistol launcher. And you can incapacitate any perpetrator, regardless of size, 30 to 40 minutes. The great thing about Burner is it has kinetic rounds designed to incapacitate these people. The compact launcher is perfect for women if you want protection and you don't want to carry a firearm, and you can put it in your purse and nobody will know you have it. Burner, no background check, can be shipped directly to your door. BYRNA is trusted by all of the professionals because the technology is so superior and a great alternative to lethal force. Visit byrna.com today and find the right launcher for you and your family. That's byrna.com.
He's coming. Here he goes. Surprise! Your table saw broke. Also, the warranty expired weeks ago, so you need to pay for a new one out of pocket.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Oh, and the replacement part you ordered doesn't fit, so it's completely useless. What a waste.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Hey, it's Mike Rowe, and if you want to do business with a company that actually stands for something, switch to Pure Talk. I did. Sure, I appreciate being on America's most dependable 5G network with unlimited talk and text for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is Pure Talk's commitment to our military and to our skilled workforce. That matters to me. Save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
From the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 15 minutes. Outbound, about 17 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Burn interchange, about 36 minutes. Outbound, 34 minutes. On the Eisenhower, inbound from Wolf to the old post office, 39 minutes. Outbound, 28 minutes. On the Stevenson, inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 36 minutes. Outbound is 26 minutes. Traffic is a service of Air Right Heating and Cooling, offering AM 560 listeners $56 off of any service, including inspections. Don't wait for a heat wave for that old air conditioner to break down. Visit Air Right Heating and Cooling today at AIR-RITE.com. Again, that's AIR-RITE.com. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today will be hot with a mix of sun and clouds, reaching a high of 95. Overnight, expect mainly clear skies with very warm and very humid conditions, dropping to a low of 77. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. I just have to remark upon that item in the news at the top of the hour before we get back to the Russiagate reckoning. We haven't gotten to it yet, but BLM Brandon and members of the city council, too, you know, they're not just trained SEALs or anything, really focusing on the problem with CTA. You know what the problem with the CTA is? People smoking on trains. And he's cracking down. He signed an executive order calling for a multi-agency approach to address the problem. And so all those videos that I'm sure everyone has seen, one or the other or many, of all those various members of the National Honor Society on the Red Line and other lines, shooting, beating, stealing. But to tell you, if you get them to put the cigarettes out, then CTA ridership will skyrocket, and all will be right with the balance sheet over there. I note there was also a mention of cigars. I'll tell you what, I don't think there's a lot of cigar smokers on the CTA. Weed, also? Yeah. Okay. Good luck with that. Back to Russiagate, away from this nut house. So yesterday, President Trump weighing in on the meaning of those documents declassified by Tulsi Gabbard. And he had choice words for the former president, that would be Obama, and the whole cast of characters, that he demurred one time after he won in 2016, but now is not the time to demur again.
They caught President Obama absolutely cold, Tulsi Gabbard. What they did to this country in 2016, starting in 2016, but going up all the way going up to 2020 in the election. They tried to rig the election, and they got caught. And there should be very severe consequences for that. You know, when we caught Hillary Clinton, I said, you know what? Let's not go too far here. It's the ex-wife of a president, and I thought it was sort of terrible. And I let her off the hook, and I'm very happy I did. But it's time to start, after what they did to me, and whether it's right or wrong, it's time to go after people. Obama's been caught directly. So people say, oh, you know, a group. It's not a group. It's Obama. His orders are on the paper. The papers are signed. The papers came right out of their office. They sent everything to be highly classified. Well, the highly classified's been released. And what they did in 2016 and in 2020 is very criminal. It's criminal at the highest level.
Very criminal, and then the president invoked the T word.
They have him stone cold, and it was President Obama. It wasn't lots of people all over the place. It was them too. But the leader of the gang was President Obama, Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him? And except for the fact that he gets shielded by the press for his entire life, That's the one they, look, he's guilty. It's not a question, I like to say, let's give it time. It's there, he's guilty. This was treason. This was every word you can think of.
The word that Obama thought of was outrageous. Obama releasing a rare statement in response to something that Trump had to say. Through a spokeshuman, the statement goes, "These bizarre allegations are ridiculous and a weak attempt at distraction. Nothing in the document issued last week undercuts the widely accepted conclusion that Russia worked to influence the 2016 presidential election, but did not successfully manipulate any votes." For more on the matter, please be joined by Will Chamberlain, Senior Counsel at the Article 3 Project. Will, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
What is your handle on the possible legal exposure, starting just specifically with Obama before we get to Comey and Brennan and the others?
Obama, of all these people, actually probably is the most protected from prosecution because of the recent presidential immunity decisions. It's going to be very hard to say that his interactions with law enforcement, with the DOJ, with the intelligence community were not official acts and therefore immune. So he more than anybody else is going to be able to claim that kind of immunity. Others, though, not so much. They don't have that, and as a result, there really does seem to have been a conspiracy against rights against President Trump here. Very simply, if you use corrupt means to attempt to deprive someone of their liberty, and you conspire with others to do that, that would constitute a conspiracy against rights, and that's what's happened here. You have a whole group at the top of the United States intelligence community and the White House, working to not just put out shaded information or put out things that may or may not be true, but actively fabricate intelligence that they should have known or did know was false as a result of previous intelligence assessments. And they did that ultimately as part of a plot to put President Trump in jail via the Mueller investigation, to remove him from the presidency, et cetera. So they have real criminal exposure, and not even the statute of limitations will really protect them because, when it comes to a conspiracy, the statute of limitations only starts running once the last act in the conspiracy is complete. And you could very easily argue that this conspiracy has continued for almost a decade.
Well, that's where I was going to go on Obama, because yes, his official acts, he has immunity. But if this is an ongoing conspiracy, and as you say, the statute has yet to run, then any participation we may find in this ongoing conspiracy from the former president, he would potentially have exposure there in that case.
Yes. Yeah. And that certainly could be true, although I just don't know how much Obama was really involved in this stuff post-election. We might actually be able to find evidence of that. And if that's the case, then yeah, his exposure would be there. I'm just going off of what we know now from the Tulsi Gabbard, documents, which really focus on the conduct during the lame duck period after Trump was elected.
And so when you talk about this, is it fair to say seditious conspiracy, potentially, if you can prove it, that this is the direction that the Department of Justice should take? Is that what you're indicating?
Yeah, I think that's it's not necessarily seditious conspiracy. I think conspiracy against rights is a little bit easier to prove. And there's questions about the viability of the seditious conspiracy charges. But on the other hand, if they, might as well see, if they can throw it in there, why not throw it in the indictment and give it a shot?
Well, right. And lesser included offenses, they seem to have very obvious exposure, particularly Comey and Brennan, to perjury and maybe conspiracy to commit perjury.
Yeah, that's certainly true. I think if they all agreed to lie under oath, that would be certainly a crime. And if they did lie under, we already know Clapper's quite capable of lying under oath. He did so when it came to all the NSA information that was revealed by Snowden. It was, you go back and look at his testimony, and it was very obvious that Clapper lied under oath and never was held accountable. It's about time that guy got held accountable for lying to the country when he swore to tell the truth.
Yeah, and I'm very interested in Obama's statement and the statements that are being made by those who were material participants in this long-running hoax or conspiracy. The statement is about, look, everybody, there's nothing to see here. Everybody knew, it's all agreed upon that Russia attempted to interfere in the 2016 election because that's just what the Ruskies do. But they were unsuccessful in manipulating votes, and that's all anybody ever said. This is the way they're presenting it, like that's the sum total of the question at hand, when that has nothing to do with anything. Everything is about the leveraging of the information they knew to be false to accuse Trump of being Putin's man in D.C. That's the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so I mean, I'm just watching this sort of redefinition of what the issue is here from Brennan, and because he's the one probably talking the most. The Obama statement was brief, but it's of that same kind. Some of these press agents that were also flagging this story. Michael Isikoff, in a debate with Taibbi yesterday on News Nation, was doing the same thing, sort of redefining what the question is. The question is not about whether Russia manipulated votes through piercing our election infrastructure. That is almost immaterial to what they did and what the accusations now in response, based on the evidence, supports.
Sure, but there's still, I don't even think that would save the Democrats here, because we have to go all the way back to 2016. I mean, by 2019, 2020, by the time Russiagate was wrapping up, I think most people would have agreed that there wasn't some cyber hack, and I don't think the Democrats were pushing it. But go back to 2016, in the immediate aftermath of the election, and it's actually clear Democrats were pushing this theory, totally fabricated out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, Hillary Clinton said so. She said so. Putin directed this attack on me. I mean, she said this to the New York Times in the days right after the 2016 election. And I mean, the clips are voluminous of her and others saying Trump is an illegitimate president. Trump is installed by Putin. Trump is a Manchurian candidate. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. And oh, by the way, to the extent that this is also not discussed, but to the extent that that all became clearly untrue, I never heard an admission from Comey or Clapper or Brennan or Susan Rice that what everybody came to understand was everybody who's fair-minded came to understand is untrue was untrue. That I don't remember any concession. And now they're sort of saying, yeah, we knew the Steele, Isikoff said this yesterday. The Steele dossier, that turned out not to be very credible. I mean, nobody was saying that. Nobody has said that until this week on their side.
Yeah, I mean, they were partisans. They were all wielding this stuff for years, and now you get the sense that they're finally on the defensive. That they finally feel like, things are suddenly they really have to defend their own conduct as opposed to being able to go aggressively against the Trump administration. And suddenly all the they're making the necessary, reasonable concessions they should have made years ago.
Yeah, I wanted to get your reaction to the Epstein matter. Pam Bondi tweeted out a statement from her deputy, Todd Blanche. President Trump has told us to release all credible evidence. If Ghislaine Maxwell has information about anyone who has committed crimes against victims, the FBI and the DOJ will hear what she has to say. And she talks about that he talks about having communicated with Maxwell's attorney and so on and so forth. But that's... The House Oversight Committee is now waiting. A House Oversight Committee subpoenaing Ghislaine Maxwell to testify before that Jim Comer chaired committee. What is your assessment as a legal matter in terms of how Pam Bondi and DOJ has handled this Epstein matter to date?
I mean, as a legal matter, I don't think they've handled it poorly. In terms of like the choices they made in terms of indictments and actual formal legal work. I think they made a big screw up with their communications when they handed out those binders a few months back, kind of promising more than they were ending up able to deliver. But I suspect that they're sort of torn between prior statements they made and the wish to be able to deliver. And what they actually have in front of them, which just might, I take them at their word that they don't have the evidence they need to either bring further indictments or, question the underlying story that he killed himself. Now, whether or not that evidence ever existed, maybe it did, but the idea that if it, I assume it was gotten rid of at some point or it was changed. There's been this conduct happened 15, 20 years ago. So it's all very old conduct. That the idea that, there would be this massive, compendium and incriminating evidence just laying around just strikes me as a little improbable. But
I would have thought so too until we see rather incriminating correspondence being brought to light by Tulsi Gabbard as it pertains to Russiagate. If John Brennan wasn't covering his tracks, maybe some people at DOJ under Loretta Lynch weren't either. I just think, but the larger point, of course, is that you just have this criminal, sex and human trafficking conspiracy with Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, who's in the can for 20 years, and as everybody said, and all these girls that were reportedly victims and have made allegations to that effect, and there's no leads to go after anyone in particular other than Ghislaine Maxwell, now that Jeffrey Epstein is deceased. It just strikes people as unbelievable.
I think one way to understand what's happened here is, and why there's not new evidence, is that, a lot of these plaintiffs who made a lot of these claims, they had very good lawyers working for them. So, for example, I don't remember exactly her name, Virginia Giuffre.
Yeah, Virginia Giuffre.
I think she retained, I believe she or someone else in her position retained David Boies' law firm. And David Boies is a very, very famous litigator.
Uh-huh.
He litigated the Microsoft antitrust case back in the day. He runs one of the most profitable law firms in the world, Boies, Schiller, Flexner, full of very competent lawyers from top law schools and clerkships. And so they had all the resources they needed to do discovery, to subpoena people. And ultimately, the number of actual lawsuits that came out of that were very, very, very minimal. And so, if you started the assumption that those people were competent and those people had counsel and could have made infinite amounts of money from suing and settling with, people if there were any reasonable claim to make, then I think, maybe, my assessment from that is, and also after all this stuff about, Cash and Dan and what Pam have revealed, is that I think there was just less there than people anticipated. And so, I think people should maybe consider that there was a lot of really bad conduct here by Jeff Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, and that maybe this doesn't really extend much broader than that. Maybe this was just, their own ridiculous, terrible sexual conduct.
Will Chamberlain, Senior Counsel at the Article 3 Project. Will, thank you as always. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And Will joined us on the Turnkey.pro answer line.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
People ask us all the time, when's the best time to replace an old air conditioner? Simple. Before it breaks. Because when it does, it'll be the hottest day of the year, and suddenly you're scrambling like hundreds of others to get help during a heat wave. At Air Right Heating and Cooling, we've seen it all. We know there's never a good time to be without AC, especially in Chicagoland, where the humidity can make 80 degrees feel like 100. At Air Right, our experienced technicians don't just work fast, they'll do it right. Browse through our more than 1,500 five-star Google reviews to see what our loyal customers love most about us. If it's been a while since your system was inspected, don't wait for a heat wave before having it checked out. And right now, AM 560 listeners receive $56 off any service. Visit Air Right Heating and Cooling today at AIR-RITE.com. Again, that's AIR-RITE.com. Air Right, doing it right since 1959.
Let me take a moment to talk about one of our loyal sponsors, QC Kinetics, Regenerative Medicine. You've been hearing their ads on the station for 2 years, and the response from listeners has been exciting and emotional. So many are getting relief from chronic joint pain thanks to the platelet-rich plasma and stem cell therapy from QC Kinetics. 92% of patients report satisfaction with their results. Even Joe Rogan loves it. AM 560 listener Tracy is proud to report she is a new QC Kinetics customer. If you have chronic joint pain in your knee, hip, back, or shoulder, if you're stuck in a cycle of painful steroid shots and considering surgery, stop now and contact my friends at QC Kinetics. Get a second opinion and get a free consultation to learn how regenerative medicine using your own body's biologic healing properties can help your body heal itself. This is advanced cellular therapy. It doesn't cost anything for a second opinion. Weekend appointments are available. This could be life-changing, so call today to learn more and see if you're a candidate. Call 312-809-5955. Tell them Dan Prof sent you when you do. That's 312-809-5955. That number again, 312-809-5955.
Okay, this basement is unreal. You've got a bar, theater seats. What is this place?
This is my escape. Forever Remodeling custom designed the whole thing. Not 1 square foot is wasted.
Man, mine still has a treadmill and a folding table.
Their designers asked a ton of questions. I wanted the ultimate game day setup. They delivered. Bar, big screen, sound that shakes the walls.
Visit Forever Remodeling today at foreverremodeling.com. That's the number 4, everremodeling.com. And tell them AM 560 sent you.
You know what really keeps me up at night? It's the criminals feel more and more bold. They have no fear of any consequences because there are none. So I did what anyone with a family should do. I called Goldilocks. They're not just some cookie-cutter security company. Goldilocks has been protecting Chicagoland homes and businesses for 4 decades, 40 years. And they actually listen. Their technician comes out to the house. He takes a look at what you need to make your house a smart home with a security system you can monitor from anywhere. It's built specifically for me and my family. Motion sensors, smart locks, cameras, monitoring, all customized. I don't trust anybody in Illinois to protect my family. I do it, and I did it by calling Goldilocks. I trust Goldilocks to keep my house, my property, and my family safe. Tell them Sean Thompson sent you, and Goldilocks will include 3 months free monitoring with any new installation. Call Goldilocks at 708-899-5600. That's 708-899-5600. Or visit them online at GoldilocksInc.com.
Healthcare is complicated. It doesn't have to be. If you don't love how your health insurance works, maybe it's time to leave traditional health insurance behind. Take charge of your healthcare with Christian Healthcare Ministries. CHM offers you flexibility. Enroll anytime, choose your own provider, and select the program that fits your needs and budget. CHM is the original faith-based way of taking care of your medical bill costs. Learn more at chministries.org/wellness.
Dr. Howard D.C., founder of Balance of Nature and formulator of the fruits and veggies and fiber and spice supplements, has teamed up with veterinarian Dr. Jake to create Dr. Fido's Dog Food Topper, a tasty, nutritious way to enrich your dog's meals. Just scoop, sprinkle, and stir. Call 888-388-7297 or go to drfidos.com, drphytos.com. And for a limited time, order now and receive a 10% discount with our money-back guarantee by using promo code BALANCE.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6745. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6745. That's 800-575-6745. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Welcome back to Ask Hasselus.
Hey, it's your favorite car dealer, Honest Eddie. Is it true that there are no employees at Hasselus Mattress?
It's true. Give the mattresses a try with no pushy sales guy. And through Monday, get additional instant savings of $248 off Sealy Posturepedic and Beauty Rest.
Son, you gotta pressure people. Like, what do I have to do to get you into a new mattress today?
Uh-oh, you're breaking up. Gotta go.
Wait, no, let me talk to my manager.
Find an employee-free showroom near you at Hasselus.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. Coming up at 8:38, our brother in sound, John Anthony, host of Black and Right Radio, Saturdays at 4 p.m. on these airwaves, joins us at 8:38 to talk about his new book, Letters to John Boy, A Father's Journey Through Grief, Faith, and Redemption. Our friend John Anthony at 8:38. Now we check the headlines.
Good morning. It's 77 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. The White House is trying to jumpstart a Gaza ceasefire and hostage deal.
The State Department says U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff is in the Gaza area this week as U.S. officials express a strong hope they will come forward with another ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. Israel and officials from Qatar, Egypt, and the U.S. have been waiting for Hamas' response to the latest proposal. Reports say that Hamas could respond soon. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A top official with the Department of Justice is working to arrange a meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell, longtime associate of late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. According to the Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, he communicated with Maxwell's counsel to determine whether she would be willing to speak with prosecutors from the department. Blanche said 2021. Coca-Cola will soon offer a version of its soda made with U.S. cane sugar. This comes after President Trump said the soft drink company agreed to use cane sugar in a soda rather than corn syrup. This news update is quickly delivered by Quick Delivery Service. For reliable same-day delivery, Quick Delivery will customize a logistics plan to pick up your items and move them safely to their destination. Trust their 40 years of experience for peace of mind. Get a quote at quickdelivery.com. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
If you've ever wanted to meet Larry Elder, Hugh Hewitt, Mike Gallagher, or Charlie Kirk, now's your chance. It's AM 560's Terrific Talkers VIP Experience Contest. Enter today for a chance to meet your favorite host and sit in on a live broadcast. The grand prize includes airfare and 3 nights of accommodations. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Enter today at 560theanswer.com/VIP. That's 560theanswer.com/VIP.
So, what'd you call me over here to see, buddy?
Well, wait till you see the new set of wheels
Whoa, would you look at this garage floor? Wow, buddy, is this epoxy? So smooth and shiny. It looks like a showroom in here. Wow, looks easy to keep nice and clean, too.
Yeah, it is, but...
Man, I've been thinking about getting an epoxy coating. This is a sweet-looking garage floor.
You happen to notice my new Corvette?
Oh, huh. That's cool, too.
Level 10 Coatings, Chicagoland's premier concrete coatings company. We can improve the look of your garage, basement, office, or outdoor space with customized concrete coating solutions. As Chicagoland's only certified Cimarron installer, we're setting industry standards with the most durable flooring solutions at highly competitive prices. Level 10 Coatings uses polyurea and polyaspartic coating, which is stronger than epoxy. Turn your ugly garage floor into a showroom floor. Now, with the summer special, just mention AM 560 to receive $500 off any project. Visit level10coatings.com.
Big or small, we coat them all. Level 10 Coatings, your custom concrete coating solution.
Too often, cremated remains are kept at home, then forgotten. At Queen of Heaven Cemetery in Hillside, we have your cremation options. Come visit our new cremation garden, see our beautiful granite columbariums, or view our elegant indoor glass front niches. These offer sacred, lasting ways to honor your loved one. If cremation is your choice, our memorialization is a forever option. Give them the dignity of a permanent resting place where they'll be remembered for generations. Visit us today, CatholicCemeteriesChicago.org.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow employees want to thank my listeners for all your continued support. Mike has a passion to help get everyone the best sleep of their life. He didn't stop by creating the best pillow. He created the best bed sheets ever. Mike is offering the best deal on his Percale bed sheets. You can get a set for as low as $24.98. The MyPillow Percale sheets are breathable and have a cool, crisp feel. They have deep pockets to fit over any mattress. They look and feel great, which means an even better night's sleep for me, which is crucial for my busy schedule. Also, for a limited time, when your order is over $100, you'll receive $100 in free digital gifts. Go to MyPillow.com now and use promo code LIBERTY to receive the MyPillow Percale sheets for as low as $24.98. Order now or call 800-489-0201 and use promo code LIBERTY. That number again is 800-489-0201, promo code LIBERTY.
Honey, we're not moving, but we gotta do something about this kitchen.
Funny you mention it. I just stopped by Forever Remodeling's new showroom in Niles. I saw over a dozen kitchen and bathroom layouts they designed. They even offered to stop by the house and give us a free in-home design consultation.
What'd you tell them?
That we're free today?
Visit foreverremodeling.com today. That's the number 4, everremodeling.com. Forever Remodeling, stress-free and high-quality remodeling.
From the Ting Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 15 minutes. Outbound, about 17 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Burn interchange, about 36 minutes. Outbound, 34 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the old post office, 39 minutes. Outbound, 28 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 36 minutes. Outbound is 26 minutes. This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Looking for affordable blind shades or shutters for your home? Don't hire an expensive pro. Check out Blindster.com, where they offer custom-made window coverings at guaranteed low prices with a team of pros ready to help you with every step of the way. Blindster.com. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today will be hot with a mix of sun and clouds reaching a high of 95. Overnight, expect mainly clear skies with very warm and very humid conditions, dropping to a low of 77. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here, and with me is our brother in sound I mentioned, John Anthony. He's the host of Black and Right Radio, Saturdays 4 to 7 p.m. on these airwaves. Also the host of Detroit's Morning Answer. Yeah, we got one of those in Detroit, too. 92.7 FM, weekdays 6 to 8 a.m. Central Standard Time. And his new book, Letters to John Boy. This is a tough one. So hunker down. Cinch it up and hunker down, as Hawk Harrelson would say. John, thanks for being on. Appreciate it.
Dan, thanks so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
So, by the way, if you want an autographed copy of John's new book, Letters to John, blackandrightradio.com. If you want just a regular old copy, Amazon and all the normal places. I got an autographed copy.
That's right.
And in my copy, he'll write it exactly the inscription that you dictate to him, because he wrote to me, to Dan, you are truly a generational talent. I'm blessed to know you, which is exactly what I asked you to write.
That is exactly.
So thank you. I mean, he follows instructions, no question. I've read the book. The letters are very, very tough. Yeah. For people who don't know the backstory, please share it.
Well, first of all, let me start by thank you so much for having me on.
Yeah, of course.
That's why I put a disclaimer in there as well, just so that because it's a tough subject, it's about suicide.
Yeah.
I don't want anybody coming after me, saying anything. So I put a disclaimer in there, just forewarning people the topic of what you're going to be reading. So back in November of 2021, my son, John Wesley Christian Anthony, committed suicide. It was, Dan, I can't even begin to explain to you the mental anguish that night produced. So we're all right before it happens. My son, he was the happiest. He was just, we were hungry, so he went out to get us something to eat. He came back at about 10 p.m. at that night. My daughter, my 18-year-old daughter, had come into our room. What was that sound? Now we have this picture that hangs up downstairs, and it falls, and it's really loud. It sounds like, what would be perceived. It's very, very loud. And we told her, well, that's probably the picture. Go back and lay down. Well, at about 1 o'clock in the morning, there's a ringing of our doorbell and a pounding on our door. As a parent, you're like, oh, my God, what's going on? So I'm in my skeevies. I go downstairs, and I open the door. It's Joliet Police. And he goes, I'm looking for John Anthony. And I'm like, well, I'm John Anthony. He goes, no, you're too old. I'm like, well, thank you. I said, he said, is there another John? I said, yeah, it's my son. I said, well, he should be upstairs. So my wife and daughter, my 18-year-old, had waken up about this time. And I'm sorry, I'm starting to relive it. And
yeah.
I'm trying to get through this.
Yeah.
And I yell his name. My wife and my daughter are there at the close to his door now. And they open the door and turn on the light and let out the most heart-wrenching scream and yell you could ever hear. And Dan, I knew something was wrong. And me and the officer, he He pushes me out the way. By the time he gets there with the flashlight, I catch up with him. And I see my son laying there. And he had like the biggest hole in his head. And you see brain matter still leaking out. And I just fell right there. And I screamed. And I don't remember what happened after that. I really don't. And I lost my boy, my only son. And, you know, living with this the last 4 years, as you can see, I'm emotional because it still feels like, I still feel like I'm there that night seeing my son gone. And throughout the years preceding this, after this, I should say, I held in so much, and I said to myself, and I'm not saying that I hear God's voice audibly, but I heard a whisper, write the book about it. It's time. People need to hear what actually happened. And so Letters to John Boy was birthed. And in this book, I write letters to John Boy. And then I wrote letters to my daughters on behalf of John. And then
you have 5 daughters.
I have 5 daughters.
Just mention that.
Yeah. 22, 18, 12, and 2 8-year-old twin girls. And there's a section in here called If Heaven Had Papers. And it's John writing to each one of us to help us navigate the pain of losing him. It's been tough.
Yeah, I mean it's very raw. It comes across in these letters. I mean it's tough stuff, but I don't mean to say that in the sense of it's graphic. It's just very poignant. It's very emotional, as you can hear John tell the story. So I mean I'm highly recommending it because it's really thoughtful. And one of the things I like about what you did in so many of the letters is you have a note for parents reading this, and then you have a scriptural reference.
Yes, and a prayer.
And a prayer.
Yeah.
And so that bolt on to your letter to your son, your letters to your son. What was the thought behind that?
Well, because Dan, I'm spending the rest of my life to try to fight this thing, so that no parent has to sit before Dan Prof and talk about losing their kid this violently through suicide. And so what I do is I try to offer a bit of advice. Because there were things I saw, but because I was so busy, I didn't address things. And I wish I did. And so I give parents like what to look for. What, you know, when you want to scream and yell at the kid, instead of screaming and yelling, take time, take a deep breath. So I give them advice of what to do when certain things, because I went back over as I was writing this, and when I was thinking about all the things, all the mistakes I made with him, all the things that he saw my own failure. That hurts. That still hurts today, Dan. And so I want parents to know you're not alone in this. I want to offer them what I found. Scripture. Scripture has been. I'm not perfect, Dan. I've never proclaimed to be perfect. I never want to be perceived as perfect. That's why I didn't send this to a publisher, because I wanted the raw, authentic voice to be heard, so that this can help so many more people. I'm not even, Dan, I don't care about money. I was just in D.C., Jack Brewer.
Well, I know you don't care about money. You work for the Salem Radio. I got that.
But Jack Brewer, he's in prisons, and I told him, I want to give you this book at what I pay, just so the message can get out. Think about prisoners who have given up. That's what this book is about, too. People who are on the verge.
Jack Brewer, the former Viking.
The former Viking, yeah. I was just in D.C. with him at the White House. And I told him, he looked at me and he said, let's make it happen. And if I can give this book for free, Dan, I would. But there's costs associated to doing the book. But if I can give it out for free, I would, because I really believe in the message of a father's journey through grief, faith, and redemption.
So how is the book, going through this process to write all that's contained in that book? And then I assume there were then you laying yourself bare, and then family reading it, and then you having conversations with mom and your daughters about this too. And has that been, cathartic on some level to have these conversations and to be able to talk openly and to try to cope.
Yeah. Well, it was technically published through my wife's publishing company, Grace to Govern. So my wife Deb had a huge hand in making sure this got out. My two oldest daughters, I actually sent them each one of their letters, and they loved it. My 12-year-old, she's still struggling with even talking about what happened, because we didn't tell her initially, but she found out.
Yeah.
Because she went to school and they all started talking about it. But my 2-year-old twins, my oldest twin, Karis, there's some letters I didn't read to her, but she looked at me and she said, "Dad, I want to know. And can you read the letters to me, especially my letter?" And so I read it to her, and it's brought a lot of healing to the family. It really has. And I don't, as much as healing as we can take, because you never really fully get over this, Dan. It's, I had somebody, I'm part of a lot of suicide groups, and one of the persons posted in there, they call it, when you lose a husband, you widow. When you lose a wife, you know what I'm saying, you're a widow. Widow and widowed. But what do you call a parent who loses a kid? There's no name for it, Dan. They haven't come up with a name because it's unnatural. It's not supposed to happen. You're not supposed to bury your own kids. And it's tough. It really is.
Well, the other thing about this is there's a lot of fun stuff in the book, too. Yeah. And I wanted to get to some of that because I didn't know that you guys lived next to and were friends with, and your son was friends with Sergio McLean, the great basketball player at Peoria Emmanuel and then U of I.
Yeah.
And by the way, Sergio McLean, one of two, this is a little test for you, see if you're a baller or not, or at least, trivia. One of two players in Illinois State basketball history to lead his team to 4 state titles.
Oh, yeah.
Sergio McLean was one.
Oh, is it Frank?
Can you name the other?
Either Frank Williams or
No.
No?
No.
Don't say D.
D. Martin?
No, I don't know. You got me on this one.
Dean Martin?
No, D.
D. Brown?
D. Brown.
Yeah. Jabari Parker.
Simeon. Oh, yeah, Simeon.
Yeah. All right.
I didn't know that one.
All right. I just wanted to show off my, high school basketball trivia chops.
Yeah.
But anyway, so Sergio McLean. I mean, like that's got to be cool. When he's coming up as a kid, and you've got this really high school. I mean, it sort of flamed out after college.
Yeah.
No offense, but I mean, high school basketball legend, and you're friends with him, and he was a basketball fan.
Yeah, and my son would go to all of the U of I games because Coach Wayne McLean was the assistant head basketball coach. So, but I'm gonna tell you, Dan, I don't know if you love a peach cobbler, but Mom McLean can make a mean peach cobbler.
Really?
And so, yes, and I mean they invited us over. They were the greatest neighbors I think I've ever had, because and they were so kind to us. As soon as we moved in, they took us in like we were family. And I can't forget DJ McLean, the sister. She was also, they were just amazing to us. And I loved it. And my son was able to go and meet all of the U of I basketball players. He would go to games, football games, baseball games.
So I mean, and this again is contained in the letters and letters to John Boy, but you recount a bunch of moments that every father has. The moment where he's mimicking you shaving in the mirror, and the times you had talking hoops, playing hoops with Sergio McLean, things like that. I mean, so is part of this an effort to recall all the joy that he brought and the great times to sort of, push away the darkness?
Yes, and because I don't want my son to be remembered as a kid who committed suicide.
Yeah.
He brought a lot of, Dan, he's talked so many, finding out after the fact, he's talked so many kids out of suicide. I mean, he was the life of the party. In any place he was the guy that made everybody's life come to life. That's who he was. And COVID had a lot to do with his breakdown, Dan, because he was on the basketball team. He wasn't able to go play basketball. He wasn't able to go and do a lot of things. Now, that was a part that, my wife kind of made me push out, because this book could have been 250 pages, and I took like 4 or 5 chapters out because my wife, I wanted to, because I try to live the authentic life there. I see life differently. I look at people differently now because you just never know what people are going through in their own lives. So when I come into a person's life now, I try to be that hope that they need instead of that rash that they don't need. I try to offer hope in every person. And that's what I try to bring out in radio on Black and Right, as well as the Detroit's Morning Answer. I want to be not just a person, because I've had my own downfalls. You know this. Everybody in the world knows this. And I didn't want John Anthony to also be known as the failure. And it was because of a lot of my failures, Dan, that I think I want my kids and the rest of the world to know that you can fall. Just get back up. Show back up. That's what living this life is about. That's the next book that I've written, The Broken Leader. And I can't wait to release that in the fall.
Yeah, someone once said that to live is to fight.
Yeah.
Yeah. John Anthony is the host of Detroit's Morning Answer, 92.7 FM, weekdays 6 to 8 a.m. Central Time. Also the host of Black and Right Radio, Saturdays on these airwaves from 4 to 7. And again, the book is Letters to John Boy, A Father's Journey Through Grief, Faith, and Redemption. You can get it blackandrightradio.com, blackandrightradio.com, and he'll autograph it for you. You can also get it on Amazon. And
first person to call in, you can give this. I'll mail it away.
Okay. All right. So give us a call, 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, and the first person who calls in gets a free copy of Letters to John Boy. John, thanks so much for joining us, and great work here.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate it. It means a lot coming from you.
It's what Chicago is talking about. It's Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy on AM 560. The Answer.
Are you turning 65 and thinking about Medicare? Or are you over 65 and haven't enrolled yet because you still have coverage at work? Either way, Medicare done correctly will be the best health insurance you will ever have. Imagine having an annual deductible of only $257. There are only two good things about aging, wisdom and Medicare. But to navigate the Medicare maze properly, you need a mentor. Best part? My guidance costs you nothing. Call me. I can help.
If you're tired of calling a bureaucrat at an 800 number to help you navigate Medicare, then you need a local expert on your side. Your own health insurance mentor. C. Stephen Tucker from healthinsurancementors.com is someone I know and trust. He's a 30-year licensed broker who's been educating our listeners for more than a decade. Steve, how can our listeners get in touch with you?
Thanks, Dan. They can visit healthinsurancementors.com or call me directly at 630-674-1551. That's 630-674-1551.
Chronic migraine, 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more, can make me feel like a spectator in my own life.
Botox, onabotulinum toxin A, prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine. It's not for those with 14 or fewer headache days a month. It's the #1 prescribed branded chronic migraine preventive treatment.
Prescription Botox is injected by your doctor. Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Patients with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Allergic reactions can include rash, welts, asthma symptoms, and dizziness. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, including ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, myasthenia gravis or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
Why wait? Ask your doctor, visit BotoxChronicMigraine.com, or call 1-800-44-BOTOX to learn more.
AM 560. The Answer.
Are you ready? 1, 2, 3, and let's go out to the morning. Let's go out to the room. Take me in the I don't remember what
late, great Ozzy Osbourne sings Take Me Out to the Ball Game. There you go. sort of sings, sort of one of perhaps the troughs in his career singing Take Me Out to the Ballgame. Not exactly Crazy Train, but rest in peace, Ozzy Osbourne, 76 years old. And the lifestyle that some of these rock and roll legends live, and they live into their play into their 70s and 80s. I mean, that sort of gutted it out at that homecoming concert he did in Birmingham, right? Anyway, I end on a bit of a jokey note, but obviously appreciate all the feedback we're getting on John Anthony's book. The book, again, is Letters to John Boy, A Father's Journey Through Grief, Faith, and Redemption. Maybe we'll read some of these texts a bit tomorrow as well. Letters to John Boy is the book, and whoever the first caller was, you'll get a free copy on AM 560 WIND Chicago.
It'll be an emotional day in court. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, where Brian Koberger could speak at his sentencing hearing.
There's never going to be a good enough reason for why it happened.
That's Kara Kernodle. Her daughter, Xana, was among the 4 University of Idaho students Koberger murdered in 2022. He pleaded guilty a few weeks ago to avoid the death penalty and get life in prison.
Prosecutors will be allowed to present evidence of Koberger's guilt. They could even call some witnesses from law enforcement. Then the defense will be able to argue why the judge should consider lenience. Family members of the 4 victims will then get to look Koberger in the eye and tell him what he took from them. 5 of the 8 parents now say they support the plea deal.
That's Fox's Dan Springer in Boise. There's a new call to release the Menendez brothers ahead of a parole hearing next month. Eric is now in the hospital being treated for kidney stones. He and Kyle have been in prison in California for murdering their parents in 1989.
Renewed interest in the case and a Netflix documentary led a judge to reduce the brothers' life without parole sentences to 50 years to life, making them eligible for parole. The Menendez brothers have claimed their father sexually abused them, and their mother did nothing to stop him.
That's Fox's Tom Rigotti. President Trump plans executive orders in a big speech today focused on artificial intelligence, pushing to make the U.S. an AI leader.
He'll lay out that vision and sign 3 executive orders that do this. One will target woke AI models with political bias. Another makes it easier for companies to build data centers. And then a third will leverage the government's development financial institutions to encourage exports of American technology.
Fox's Griff Jenkins at the White House, where the president posted on Truth Social a short time ago another rant critical of Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell for being stubborn, not cutting interest rates, saying families are being hurt. And he wrote it after mortgage rates then jump again slightly to the highest level in 4 weeks, 6.84% for a 30-year fixed mortgage. America's listening to Fox News.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Today will be hot with a mix of sun and clouds reaching a high of 95. Overnight, expect mainly clear skies with very warm and very humid conditions, dropping to a low of 77. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. If you've ever wanted to meet Larry Elder, Hugh Hewitt, Mike Gallagher, or Charlie Kirk, now's your chance. It's AM 560's Terrific Talkers VIP Experience Contest. Enter today for a chance to meet your favorite host and sit in on a live broadcast. The grand prize includes airfare and 3 nights of accommodations. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Enter today at 560theanswer.com/VIP. That's 560theanswer.com/VIP.
He's coming. Here he goes. Surprise! Your table saw broke. Also, the warranty expired weeks ago, so you need to pay for a new one out of pocket.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Oh, and the replacement part you ordered doesn't fit, so it's completely useless. What a waste.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Hey, it's Mike Rowe, and if you want to do business with a company that actually stands for something, switch to Pure Talk. I did. Sure, I appreciate being on America's most dependable 5G network with unlimited talk and text for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is Pure Talk's commitment to our military and to our skilled workforce. That matters to me. Save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually